Violent encounters on school grounds continue to emerge. Parents now speaking out about the safety of their children. Plus, new questions about the Safe Streets program and its effectiveness to deter crime. A look at the latest incident at a school and what it says about the program.
Temperatures definitely colder this morning. We're going to be talking about what we can expect for our Halloween weekend coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning to you. Ravens Nation waking up victorious this morning as Lamar Jackson and the rest of the team take on the GOAT Tom Brady and crushed the Buccaneers. We're going to have a look into those game highlights and reaction from fans in just a few minutes, but good morning here. It's October 28th, and we're getting you off on your day. It's pretty early, but let's start you on your way with your weather. Check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers with your forecast.
Yeah,
good
morning, Taylor. Definitely chilly with those temperatures right now that are in the 30s and 40s as you step outside. Nice clear skies, however, to start the day as we look from our Towson camera right now. Let's check some of those numbers here as we are showing you what's going on with 40s in Cockeysville and Towson. Feels like the 30s for some of you. 46 Essex and Middle River, and we're at 47 in Brooklyn Park. We did have a freeze watch, but that actually did not go into effect overnight because our temperatures have not dropped as much. So clear and cool, though, for the morning. Will be partly cloudy for the afternoon, and we do get to stay dry throughout the weekend. Morning drive definitely will need some of the bun warmers on as temperatures will still drop a little bit. We'll keep those 40s going through the course of the morning. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
All right, let's check out the Lynn Stoller Traffic Network for a look at your drive times. Everything moving smoothly this early in the morning. We'll keep you updated as you venture out for your commute. In a city in crisis, a South Baltimore mother is demanding answers after she says her daughter was attacked after school.
And there's about 50 kids running to my car talking about her mother just attacked her child. Her mother just attacked her child.
Fox 45 News obtained video of the attack, and in it you can see it shows some Safe Streets workers trying to break up that fight. The mother spoke with Mackenzie Frost. She has a closer look at what happened here.
The video shows a 13-year-old student getting attacked by what appears to be the mother of another student. The incident was captured on video and it took place last month. As we continue to investigate the Safe Streets program, we're trying to figure out why these Safe Streets workers were at the school in the first place. Outside Baybrook Elementary and Middle School almost 1 month ago.
That's not okay.
This video capturing a 13-year-old girl getting attacked by the mother of another child at the school.
You could see how irate she was.
Now, Angel Workman, the mother of the 13-year-old seen here, getting tossed on the ground by her hair.
You can see her standing there.
Speaking to Fox 45 News, but not wanting to show her face.
I told her to call her effing mother. She wanted to whip my ass.
Her son also on hand for the fight.
She's the one with the jeans.
While going through the video with me, emotions bubble to the surface.
That's the part that really hurts me the most, is that my son did more than they did. Why is that okay that an 8-year-old is out there fighting for his sister more than grown men should have been? I don't like to watch it. I get worked up all over again.
In the video, you can see Safe Streets workers on hand. The violence interrupters, often former criminals working for the Brooklyn Safe Streets location, usually working in the community, preventing gun violence. But the mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement telling Fox 45 News the Brooklyn location has an agreement with the Baybrook Elementary and Middle School. To have those Safe Streets workers at that school to ensure safe passage of students to and from campus every day.
I was not aware of that. When I went up to the school, the principal kept telling me they didn't even work for the school. They were just for the community. What was the other two men doing? Just standing back, watching?
Workman says she's lived in South Baltimore for years, and until her daughter got into a fight, had never heard of Safe Streets. According to the city's map of the Brooklyn Safe Streets zone, the school sits just outside the Brooklyn boundary. Fox 45 News asking city schools if the students involved were disciplined and how long the school has had the agreement with Safe Streets. But those questions going unanswered.
But hold her in a headlock.
Meanwhile, Workman's daughter still in school, not wanting to transfer.
It's her last year there. It's not fair for her to be punished for something that she didn't ask for.
While she says she's waiting for answers from city schools. Do you think the city schools are doing enough to protect students?
No, definitely not. Definitely not at all. Our kids are in danger we send our kids to them every day thinking we're sending them to be safe. And I feel like the school is not doing their job.
Court documents show that the woman involved in the incident captured on video was later arrested and is now facing multiple unrelated charges. In Baltimore, Mackenzie Frost, Fox 45 News.
Happening today across Maryland, an announcement of a new tax credit program to encourage people to invest in Baltimore. Topgolf in South Baltimore is set to open its doors, part of a plan to revitalize the entertainment district in South Baltimore. Our Olivia Dans is heading that way this morning as concerns grow about crime in the area. Plus, the B&O Railroad Museum in Baltimore will be hosting their annual Pumpkin Patch Express and Toddler Time to kick off Halloween weekend. Oh, and don't forget, the Fall Classic begins tonight here on Fox 45. The Philadelphia Phillies and Houston Astros squaring off for the World Series title. The Astros are making their 4th World Series appearance in the last 6 years, while the Phillies are back for the first time in 13. Game 1 is tonight at 8 o'clock right here on Fox 45. But it's the Ravens taking home a win once again. It was a slow start, and Baltimore came out firing the second half, though, scoring touchdowns on 3 straight possessions to surge into a commanding lead that they would not relinquish. Downing Tampa 27-22. It's consecutive W's for the first time since last November. Head coach John Harbaugh said a huge turnout by the fans on the road helped them get to the finish line. This morning, gas prices dropping, but at what cost? Coming up in 20 minutes, Sinclair chief correspondent Scott Thuman will join us with the push from the president. Plus, we're waking up with some colder temperatures this morning, but meteorologist Justin Chambers will let us know if and when we could see a warm up this weekend. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Welcome back, everybody. 4:39 is your time right now on our Weather Authority forecast. Looking out over M&T Bank Stadium on your Victory Friday. That's right. And we are looking at our conditions today, a colder start, but it will be sunny and mild as we head toward the afternoon. Out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours. Yeah, it is going to be chilly. Numbers are mainly in the 40s here, but enjoy it with dry conditions. More sun on the way today, and we'll take a closer look at that Halloween weekend forecast coming up.
Emotions running high during a hearing into whether Texas Public Safety Director should resign over a shooting at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas.
Are you a man of your word?
Absolutely.
Then resign.
Okay, thank you.
The director, Steve McCraw, blamed local police during the aftermath and resisted calls during the meeting for his resignation. He says his department did not fail those who were killed.
If DP as an institution failed the families, failed the school, or failed, the community of Uvalde, then absolutely, I need to go. But I can tell you this right now, DPS as an institution, right now, did not fail the community, plain and simple.
The criticism for law enforcement centers around the slow response time. 80 minutes went by between the first call to 911, and when officers finally confronted the shooter, 91 of the 300 responding police were from McGraw's department.
RSV cases and hospitalizations still climbing. I'm Liz Bonus. You might be surprised what is driving this trend. We share it just ahead.
And here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Gian Jeffcoat this morning on the National Desk. Christmas shopping season and how our family budgets are going to fare amid out-of-control inflation. A retail expert joins us to discuss what we are facing as we prepare to celebrate the season. That's this morning on the National Desk. America's News Now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Developing now, police in Philadelphia are asking for the public's help to find the suspects in a wild shootout. Take a look at this video. Video of this incident shows 4 masked people getting out of a car. and running up the street and shooting one suspect. It appears to have an assault rifle in his hand. Now, police say the suspects fired more than 50 shots, hitting a 34-year-old man. The victim is in critical condition. The host of the Masters Golf Tournament is now part of the Department of Justice investigation into the PGA Tour. The Wall Street Journal says the DOJ has adjusted Augusta National to its probe into whether the PGA Tour engaged in anti-competitive actions against LIV Golf. The USGA and the PGA have also been added to the probe. The Saudi-funded LIV Golf filed an antitrust lawsuit against the PGA Tour in August. On the path forward, a sudden surge in respiratory illness like RSV may be connected to COVID-19. Medical reporter Liz Bonas explains why young children are most at risk.
Hey there, everybody. RSV cases and hospitalizations continuing to climb, especially in children. But what's interesting is that many of the protective habits that helped us reduce our risk for COVID-19 may be what's driving this respiratory syncytial virus.
I have children, they're going to catch stuff.
The problem, however, according to pediatric infectious disease specialist Dr. Grant Paulson of Ohio's Cincinnati Children's Hospital, is that the stuff they are catching now doesn't usually set in quite this early.
These are usually sort of winter viruses, and so we don't usually see many cases until we enter the holiday season.
It appears that while we were protecting kids from COVID-19 with vaccines, masks, hand washing, and social distancing, kids likely built up what infectious disease specialists refer to as the immunity gap. For example, one of the reasons the flu vaccine is recommended so strongly this season for those ages 6 months and older.
That people don't have any partial immunity to flu because we haven't had any flu for 2 or 3 years because people have been masking and isolating.
RSV is no different. Cases of this virus actually started showing up last spring. They are already now 60% higher than the peak week we had in 2021. We've seen the same pattern with the flu and other respiratory infections such as adenovirus, parainfluenza, and the good old common cold or rhinovirus. How to fight these, according to Paulson's team at Children's Hospital, which supplied this video?
The best way to protect your child from the respiratory season is to make sure they're up to date on the vaccines that are available for them. And so currently that's COVID and flu.
There are no vaccines for RSV yet, but several trials already in the works. I'm medical reporter Liz Bonas. Now back to you.
All right, let's get straight over to meteorologist Justin Chambers for a look at your weather this Friday. It feels not so bad outside, but it was kind of chilly.
Yeah, definitely chilly right now and colder than we were yesterday morning, Taylor. We're talking about numbers in the 40s. You can see those right there on the right side of your screen. We always have those posted even during commercial breaks. And looking at our Towson camera right now, clear skies and clear roadways as well. Not a lot of folks out this hour. 47, your temperature right now in Towson. Yesterday morning, we were in the 50s, so you can definitely feel that chill that is in the air. Definitely grab a jacket before you make your way out. Warm cup of coffee, whatever the warm beverage is of your choice here in your Rise and Shine cast next couple of hours. Numbers staying mainly in the 40s, and the sun doesn't come up until 7:30. This is our last weekend of daylight saving time because next weekend we do the thing where we fall back. Not this weekend, but next weekend. All right, 46 here in the 8 o'clock hour, the Towson area. And numbers here, not too bad for lunchtime, but outdoors, I mean, just a little bit of that fall chill in the air. 57 by noon, and we'll get into those lower 60s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. We'll have some clouds start to increase a little bit later into the day today. But overall, not tracking any rain, and overall, a very nice fall afternoon. Some of us staying in the 50s with Westminster and Cockeysville, Bel Air in those mid to upper 50s. Lower 60s for the Eastern Shore. Down through Baltimore, right about 60 in Annapolis, officially looking at a high of about 59. And you can see those temperatures, kind of the green and the yellows there. That's that colder air that is in place here up and down the 95 corridor. Looking ahead to our Halloween weekend, we actually will be a little bit warmer each day into Saturday and Sunday. Those high temps will be in the low to mid 60s, and you'll see a lot more cloud cover coming in on Sunday ahead of our next weather maker. Now, here's a look what's going on today. This is our future scan. That ridge of high pressure slides to the north north and east. That's going to give us a little bit more of an onshore flow, which will pick up the clouds as we head into the afternoon. Tomorrow, looking good. Mainly sunny skies. You'll see those clouds sort of break out, but then as we head into Sunday, those clouds return, and we'll see more of an overcast afternoon ahead of that next weather maker. Now, right now, most of the models on Monday, they do bring the chance for a couple of showers, but look at that. I mean, there's not a lot of big green blobs on there for Monday afternoon, even into Monday evening. So while we might see a stray shower or two, it's not looking like anything major to mess up your Halloween plans. Oh, look who's back from her day off. That witch Hazel. She's here. Yeah, she's back at work. So temperatures in the 60s this weekend, upper 60s on Monday. And look at that. We're talking about lower 70s to kick off the month of November next Tuesday. Taylor?
Now, with cold weather already here, the Baltimore County Police Department is issuing a warning about warm-up theft. That's when a car is left running and unattended and it gets stolen. The department says you should never leave your car running and unattended. State law actually prohibits it. You could be ticketed if you're doing that. Now, they advise parking in a gated garage if possible to keep your car a little warmer while you're not driving it. Police also say keep an eye out for suspicious activity in your neighborhood. And if you see something, say something. All right, now for a check of your traffic. Thanks to the Len Stoller Traffic Network. Your drive time's looking pretty smooth this morning at 4:50. We'll keep you updated throughout the morning. Let's go ahead and check in on mass transit. Good morning, Mark Jones with the MTA. How are we looking out there?
Well, good morning, Taylor. Good morning, everyone. Looking pretty good for the start on Light Rail Link. It's operating on time from end to end. Metro Subway Link on time between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for the commute start. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find Penn Train 505 with a 5 to 10 minute delay, and Penn Train 401 running about 5 minutes late. The other trains of MARC are on time. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Gas prices are dropping partially because President Biden tapped into the emergency reserve, but is he facing real trouble now in trying to refill it? I'm Scott Thuman in Washington with a look.
Plus, big-name venues in Baltimore City getting millions of dollars in renovations. What leaders are hoping this does for the state of the city going forward. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. your consumer news this morning, the Dow closed on a high, climbing 194 points, while the S&P slid 23 points. NASDAQ had another bad day, though, closing at 178. The GDP report showing economic growth for the first time this year put some investors' minds at ease. The report shows the economy grew at 2.6% annual rate, surpassing what many economists expected. The report highlights supply chain improvements as a reason and eases recession fears for now, but experts say it's not time for a victory lap.
Today's figures really just erased the losses that we saw in the first 2 quarters. So we haven't really gone into a decline, but we're also not really growing right now either.
It's expanding, it's growing. And what we have is a strong job market fueling good consumer spending.
Renewed fears of a rail strike and a record low Mississippi River could create new challenges for the flow of goods. Meanwhile, the Federal Reserve says it plans to roll out another interest rate hike in the next week. Experts say because of inflation, people are spending an extra $400 on things like gas, utilities, and groceries every single month. Now, many people are putting those expenses on credit cards. A new report from LendingTree shows Americans' total credit card balance in the second quarter was $887 billion. That's $100 billion more than this time last year. Now, experts say if you find your credit card debt growing, you should look for help before it snowballs out of control.
We often tell people to call their credit cards. They may be able to help them. Sometimes they have internal programs available that they may be able to put them on.
Some people will have another expense come January when student loan payments are likely to resume. And with elections less than 2 weeks away and the economy looming as the biggest issue facing Americans, politics can often play out at the gas pump. Right now, the average price of a gallon of gas is around $3.75. That's significantly higher than the $3.38 a gallon Americans were seeing when President Biden first took office back in January. The president has tried to lower gas prices by tapping into America's emergency reserve, but eventually refilling the stockpile has put him in a difficult position. Sinclair chief correspondent Scott Thuman explains why.
For consumers, there's some relief. The White House announcing gas prices down on average $1.22 since June, in part due to President Biden's release of emergency supplies from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. Though when it comes to refilling it, the president in a pinch between both the Saudis and the oil companies.
I guess I would say to any administration, you're not going to solve the long-term energy challenges that we face by trying to do it by the first week of November in every even year. The way to do it is to have a long-term strategy.
America's reserves at the lowest level since 1984, with just over 400 million of the 714 million barrel capacity. But the White House says no need for alarm.
I don't think we've made any mistakes. Probably the critique would be you need to do more. And we are trying to do more. As I said, there's ample reserves that the president needs to go back to that well, but also he's been talking to gas and oil companies, the refineries, the producers.
President Biden wants to replenish supplies by buying at about $70 a barrel, but American companies are unlikely to produce enough to get him that lower price. And the Saudis, also refusing to up production, accuse him of manipulating the markets.
Losing emergency stock may become painful in the months to come.
Large quantities of crude oil.
Republicans, happy to pile on, point to March of 2020.
We're going to fill it right up to the top.
But Democrats denied Trump's plan to buy at $24 a barrel. Bloomberg reporting that decision effectively cost the U.S. billions in potential profits and meant Biden had tens of millions of fewer barrels at his disposal with which to counter price surges. In Washington, I'm Scott Thuman.
This new Topgolf in downtown Baltimore is opening today. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, hear why experts worry that crime will overshadow this new development.
And a second straight win for the Ravens just ahead this morning. The moment going from viral from Lamar Jackson that has people talking.
Temperatures a little bit colder this morning, but we've got a very nice weekend just in time for Halloween. We'll break down what we can expect on Fox 45 Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Thank you for waking up with us on this Friday, October 28th, the day after the Thursday night game. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gilland, and now we're going to work a little sleepy, and we have a lot going on this weekend. It's Halloween weekend.
Halloween weekend, which means a lot of sugar in our near future. In fact, I want to send it over to somebody that always acts like he's got a lot of sugar in his system. Meteorologist Justin James.
Near future. I was into that candy last night, last week, and yeah, we've got to buy more, unfortunately, because we're already digging in. But it is a Victory Friday, guys. How about that? Usually it's a Purple Friday, a Purple Victory Friday, however you want to take it. Let's take a look outside right now. It's definitely a little colder than it was yesterday at this time. Our Towson camera is clear, and we are seeing those temperatures in the 30s for Western Maryland, some lower 40s for Hagerstown and Frederick, right about 45 in Westminster, 46 in Bel Air, and 45 in Baltimore City. So definitely chilly on your morning drive. Mr. Bo says we are good to go. Numbers staying in the 40s. Maybe need the bun warmers if you got them. Right about 62 for our high. Some of us stay in the 50s this afternoon. We'll see a mix of clouds and sun as well. Overall, a nice fall day ahead. And yes, we've got a pretty nice weekend weather-wise. We'll take a closer look at that coming up in just a few.
What we're looking to do is really showcase a city who's moving in the right direction. Not saying Baltimore's got it all figured out.
City leaders across America descend on Baltimore this week, hoping for a lesson in limiting crime. Violent crime is up this year, but Baltimore is seeing recent success in a few other areas.
The number of carjackings is down after a spike early this year. Robberies and burglaries are also on the decline. U.S. Attorney Eric Barron committed to an Al Capone-style prosecution strategy this summer, saying repeat offenders will be prosecuted for any and all wrongdoing. One law enforcement expert says a stronger police presence is deterring some of those crimes.
I would attribute it partly to the more aggressive stance the Baltimore City Police Department has taken with collecting guns off the street, putting that in motion, the reassignment of officers to do that, and also the partnership with the federal government.
Former FBI agent Tyrone Powers, you just heard right there, says it's too early to see the full impact of Barron's directives, but he thinks the results have been encouraging so far.
New developments are popping up across Baltimore. Earlier this week, the transformed Lexington Market opened its doors, and here this morning, a new Topgolf in downtown Baltimore will open to the public.
But in the areas that we are seeing these new developments, we're also seeing crime. Olivia Dance joins us live from the new Topgolf with more. Olivia?
Well, good morning, and that's exactly right. This new Topgolf here in downtown Baltimore is opening its doors to the public for the very first time in just a few hours. But experts are concerned that people will be too scared to even come here. The new Topgolf, which is located near the stadiums, is supposed to be a key part of the city's planned Warner Street Entertainment District. A hotel and concert hall are also planned for the area. But the Baltimore Police Department's crime map shows dozens of crimes around the area, from robberies to burglaries and assaults. Economists say all this development can help the city, but only if we can get a handle on the crime.
To really have the most number of people be in the arena and therefore generate the most economic impact and most tax-based effects for the city of Baltimore, public safety, right? There's too much anxiety among many people in terms of coming to the city, including downtown. If we can address that anxiety by improving the public safety outcomes, this city will be on the march forward once again. But it takes more than beautiful buildings. It also takes a public that's willing to be entertained in the city, and not enough people are willing to do that right now, given the public safety issues.
This past weekend was violent in Baltimore, with 11 people shot from Friday through Sunday. And just last night, a man was shot in Hamden. He's still recovering as police search for the suspects. And earlier this week, the transformed Lexington Market opened its doors. That area has also seen lots of crime. So while there is lots of excitement around this new Topgolf opening, crime continues to be a shadow hanging over the city. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
All right, Olivia, thank you. Meanwhile, the German Christmas Village is returning to the Inner Harbor next month. This is another area where we have seen rising crime, though. Back in May, a 17-year-old was killed and a teen girl injured at the Inner Harbor Amphitheater. And in March, just a few blocks from the Inner Harbor, another double shooting happened, killing one man.
Well, continuing coverage this morning, a teenager is in custody accused of shooting and killing 14-year-old Travis Slaughter right near Milford Mill Academy last month. According to Baltimore County Police, 17-year-old suspect is being held at Baltimore County Detention Center. That teen is not being identified at this time.
Fox 45 News has been covering youth crime for months.
In Baltimore City, the murder of Mervo's high school student Jeremiah Brogdon at dismissal. That actually happened the same day Travis Slaughter was killed. Now, a 15-year-old squeegee kid is also accused of shooting and killing Timothy Reynolds right near the Inner Harbor. Next month, a judge will decide whether he will be charged as an adult.
In June, Baltimore police arrested a 15-year-old Howard County boy in connection with the shooting death of another teenager at the Inner Harbor, this one over Memorial Day weekend. And then in May, if you remember, a 16-year-old was charged with the shooting death of 30-year-old Marco Nunez. That shooting happened outside of a busy Fells Point bar.
Meanwhile, a date has been set, though, for Mayor Brandon Scott to announce results of the Squeegee Collaborative. The date was set during the police consent decree hearing earlier this week. The collaborative has been meeting since July, but has refused to allow cameras to record public sessions. Fox 45 News reached out to the mayor's office to confirm that date, but they would only say the announcement will come soon.
Turning now to counties under pressure. In Harford County, the sheriff's office releasing information about a deputy involved in a shooting that seriously wounded a man. This happened around 4:30 yesterday. Police saying that they responded to a call for someone in mental distress. The release claims that William Hawkins moved toward police with a gun and refused to listen to commands when deputies opened fire. The Maryland Attorney General's office is now investigating this.
Harford County schools are in the midst of a heated debate over gender identity and its impact on student locker rooms. State Senator Bob Castley wrote a letter to the Harford County School Board last month expressing a family's concern that a student changed for gym class with another student who now identifies with a different gender than at birth. Harford County officials say the school system follows state rules on non-discrimination and gender identity.
I will say that I am appalled at this district's and BOE directive that boys can be in girls' bathrooms and locker rooms and vice versa.
As a taxpayer, I am glad that Harford County Public Schools has decided to follow settled law by providing safe spaces for transgender and gender nonconforming students to change and be themselves in peace.
Now, according to state guidelines, schools are advised to give students access to locker rooms of their gender identity and provide alternative spaces for students who want more privacy than a shared space can offer.
We are just hours away from the release of the Fed's preferred inflation report, which will play a critical role in next week's meetings over whether to keep raising interest rates and by how much.
Yeah, Taylor Stewart is in our live center this morning as we wait on those numbers. Taylor.
That's right, guys. We're taking you live over New York City this morning as concerns grow on Wall Street that the Fed could push another substantial interest hike next week. The Dow and S&P and NASDAQ all lower in pre-markets. Even though the Dow had a good run this week, up 1,700 points since last Friday, that's more than 5%. However, core inflation, which is everything except for food and energy, is expected to increase by 5.2% compared to September of last year. For comparison, core inflation in August was about 4.9% up year to year, but economists say a higher reading today could be a sign that costs are accelerating across a wider swath of categories. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen, though, shared some positivity about the economy.
I don't see signs of a recession in this economy at this point.
But she also says inflation will take time to recede and getting prices down could take several years. We'll let you know what the inflation report shows when it drops here at 8:30. That's the latest from the Live Center.
A new poll is revealing who's leading the pack when it comes to elections in Maryland. Still ahead this morning, the final campaigning push and the big name coming to Maryland.
And we're waking up with cooler temperatures this morning. We'll break down what we can expect as we head into our spooky Halloween weekend. It's all coming up. Stay with us. 5:11 is your time right now. Happy Friday, everybody, into our weekend. Overall, not looking too bad from our Towson camera as you get ready to head out the door for your out the door cast. Yeah, a light jacket for sure, and definitely have those shades on. The sunglasses required with that sun this afternoon. No need for the umbrella. We do have a little bit of rain to talk about as we head into Halloween on Monday. We'll take a closer look at that coming up in a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. Making headlines this morning, Qatar dropping most of its COVID restrictions next month as the country prepares to host the FIFA World Cup.
Now, according to the country's health ministry, PCR or rapid test results will not be required for those flying into their country. The changes go into effect November 1st. World Cup begins November 20th. Qatar is expected more than 1 million visitors during this tournament.
As we mentioned, the World Cup kicks off in less than a month, and it takes place right here on Fox 45. The U.S. men's national team's first match is in the afternoon, November 21st. You can watch it right here.
Early voting now underway, and this morning we're making sure you're ready to cast your ballot. The new poll that's showing a clear leader in the race for governor.
And the ATF turns over its findings in the deadly vacant house fire that killed 3 firefighters. This morning, we're hearing from the families and why they think it is still not enough. It is 5:12, and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
.15 and One Maryland Group is looking to make Halloween more accessible this year.
Check it out. A wheelchair boxing costume unveiled last Halloween. Harford County volunteers are meeting today to help kids with wheelchairs find a perfect fit for them, whether it be something like this or something totally different. This year's costumes include Santa's sleigh, a safari jeep, Ravens players, and more.
All right, well, things are getting spooky at the National Aquarium with the return of Baltimore's favorite underwater Halloween tradition. Divers joining the sea creatures to carve pumpkins while the animals enjoy the leftover snacks they leave behind. This year's pumpkin carvings depict a friendly fish and a sawfish.
Looks like they took out the insides before they went underwater. Well, as we head into Halloween weekend, many of you are sharing how you're getting into the spooky mood. Lori sent us these 2 pictures. On the left, you've got Helena there making a very scary face. And then on the right, baby Kira, my gosh, looking adorable in the pumpkin. She likes it. Most kids don't like that. Brett sent us this picture of their newborn baby Luca enjoying his first Halloween this year. They've got a spider. Is that a
yeah, it's
spider.
a massive spider.
Oh my gosh. And then we've got Monica who sent us another stunning picture. Look at that face artwork there. That's impressive there, showing a peeling pumpkin.
Oh, we want to see your decorations and your costumes. You can also share your stunning pictures of all the fall foliage. Send us your photos or videos, and you might see them on air and online. Just head to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in.
Really noticing those trees. And we have been seeing some beautiful images of the fall colors. Check this out. Sharon sent us this picture of the evening sun shining on the leaves. Nothing like that. Kathy, meantime, sent us this amazing picture of the sunset over the water. Look at that. And like many others, she is very excited that the sunshine is back. It's about time.
Yeah, of course, we have to show this off again, though. The video, the drone caught over Loch Raven Reservoir. Of course, if you're not watching that, you may be looking at the bottom of your screen there, because meteorologist Justin Chambers obviously has been here for a long time.
Oh, my gosh. Justin, are you okay? Are you all right?
A little parched.
Parched, yeah. Maybe you need to jump in the Loch Raven or in the Inner Harbor.
This is what I came up to this morning. It says, I'm watching you. This is JC from Sad Pumpkin Aaron right there. Look at her. And like, so this is her friend. I think
he's going to join us here today.
I think his name is Harold.
Okay.
But he's just hanging out in the weather center. When I walked in, I was like, man, Jonathan, you look different. And then I was like, oh, okay, I get it now. So.
Well, he doesn't have his makeup on.
That's perfect. Oh, man. Woo! I like that a lot. All right, that's good. It's going to be a good Friday, everybody. Look, it's Victory Friday, right? How about that? Those Ravens getting the victory, and they got a long time to rest. They're not back on until next Monday night, and then they get a bye week, so they're not back here until November 20th. 45, your temperature right now at BWI. Not much in the way of any wind to speak of at this time. Kids getting out to the bus stop this morning. Beep, beep. There we go. Numbers are going to be chilly. So make sure they have the coat on. No need for gloves or anything like that. But 57 by about noontime. And we're going to get to the upper 50s and lower 60s for the afternoon. Golfers hitting the links today in our forecast. Upper 40s this morning. Maybe a frost delay, but overall it's not looking like that likely because temps are, still in the 40s, even though it's chilly. 57 by about noon and into the lower 60s for that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. You can see the upper 50s and lower 60s for Westminster and Cockeysville over to Bel Air. 62 in Baltimore City this afternoon. 60 in Chestertown. Eastern Shore flew over there yesterday and flying all around. It was great to fly yesterday, and the leaves and the trees are just looking amazing right here in Central Maryland. You don't even have to leave. You don't have to drive to Western Maryland because all those colors are popping as we've been showing you. Upper 50s and lower 60s here for most of the Mid-Atlantic, and our Halloween weekend is shaping up nicely. In fact, tomorrow and Sunday, we'll see temperatures a little bit warmer each afternoon. Now, here's a look at our temperature tracker. Notice our numbers just slightly below average, but look at the improvement as we head into Monday and Tuesday of next week. Look at those numbers, well above average. We're talking about lower 70s to kick off the month of November and staying that way all the way into that following weekend, that first weekend of November. So we've got a nice little stretch here in terms of fall weather where you can do plenty of things outside. Now, we will get a little bit more cloud cover later this afternoon, but we do stay dry. Same thing on Saturday with the beginning of the day, but more sun on the way for Saturday afternoon. Sunday gets a little cloudy as well, but again, not tracking rain. And even on Monday for Halloween, we're not looking at a lot of rain. Look at the latest future scan models here. You can just see a couple of green blobs, but that's about it. Just a couple of light showers is all we're tracking. Halloween, just 3 days from right now. 2 weeks from today is Veterans Day. We're inside of 4 weeks for Thanksgiving, 52 days Hanukkah, and less than 60 days or less than 2 months for Christmas. Yeah, it's 8 weeks from Sunday. Yeah, that's exactly right. All right, so our 7-day forecast looks like this. 60s continue for the next couple of afternoons. Overall, upper 60s on Monday, and then, as I mentioned, those lower 70s coming on Tuesday and Wednesday. Back to you.
I don't like it. It's that Harold, right?
Harold, yeah.
Harold, all right. Let's see how it's looking outside with our Len Stoller Traffic Network, and looking pretty nice, actually. Those live cameras showing light volume out there. No major issues to report. For a check on mass transit, We've got Mark Jones with the MTA on the phone. How's it going, Mark?
Well, good morning, Megan. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find Penn Train 401 and Penn Train 403 operating with 5-minute delays. The other trains of MARC look good for travel. If your ride is on Light Rail Link, it's operating on time from end to end. No delays or issues. And Metro Subway Link looking good between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for your Friday start. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. Elon Musk has now taken over Twitter. Just ahead, the changes he's already planning.
Plus, it's the best kind of Purple Friday coming off a glorious victory. And tight plays by QB, Lamar Jackson, and fan reaction. 521, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning.
It is 5:24, and following this school shooting in Uvalde, Texas, a group of local art therapists are helping the community heal.
Yeah, it's called the Uvalde Love Project. Emily Chavez from our Sinclair sister station in Austin shows us how this project will make a lasting impact.
I believe in community art therapy. It's healing, and it's that community reconnecting.
Wanda Montemayor is a licensed art therapist and owner of Austin-based Community Art.
As a group of art therapists, after the tragedy at Robb Elementary, we wanted to do something.
To help, she created the Uvalde Love Project, which promotes community healing through a combination of workshops and art.
When trauma hits a small person, it's a whole different ballgame. That creates waves and waves and waves of repair that needs to happen.
A group of art therapists travel to Uvalde bi-weekly to host Tacos and Tiles, a series of tile-making workshops for children, families, and teachers in the community.
The good news that we know from research is that positive, loving connectivity is what heals traumatized brains. And being able to come together and to do something in a loving, healing way with licensed art therapists is the answer for some of these families.
The final part of the Uvalde Love Project is a mosaic mural of all the handmade tiles by workshop participants and other members of the community.
This is the community mural that takes a village.
The large-scale mural will be located in Jardín de Heroes Park and will be finished sometime next year.
My hope for this project is that the community heals, and that when they see the mural, they see their hope, they see their resistance, they see the resiliency. They see the new beginning.
Emily Chavez, CBS Austin News.
Election day is just around the corner, and this weekend the candidates are ramping up their campaigns. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll have details about the biggest events.
The decision is made. Elon Musk's $44 billion buyout of Twitter is finalized. The first moves to come after taking over the site. 5:26 on Fox 45 Early Edition. All local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
We are following three big stories for you this half hour. A big weekend ahead for Baltimore City as a big political figure will be joining candidates vying for your vote. The details we know about Kamala Harris's visit to Baltimore and when Dan Cox will be campaigning. Elon Musk and Twitter finally come to an agreement, the moves he already made overnight immediately following his takeover. Plus, Ravens Nation waking up victorious this morning. We're going to break down the highlights and reassuring words from head coach John Harbaugh. Thanks for waking up with us on this Friday, October 28th. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we want to get right over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's looking at this weekend forecast for us.
Hi, here I am. I am looking at the weekend forecast.
Wow, very dramatic.
Notorious B.I.G. had a song called Victorious, and he sampled Notorious from Duran Duran. So that's all that's playing in my head. Victorious. And that's what we're doing today because we got that win. 5-3, baby. Let's take a look outside and see what's going on. You can see a beautiful shot here over the Inner Harbor. It's chilly. We're still 2 hours from the sun coming up, so just be aware of that. 44, your temperature in Cockeysville. 44 as well in Towson, and 45 your number in Baltimore. Those numbers staying in the mid to upper 40s over the next couple of hours. It was actually called Notorious. That was the name of the song as I just played it in my head. So it's not Victorious, but I like to call it Victorious. 62 for your high today. And look at these next 3 days, guys. Numbers in the low to mid 60s. We'll see a little bit more cloud cover Sunday and possibly some rain on Halloween. A closer look at that coming up in a few minutes from right now. Meg?
All right, looks like we're victorious out on the roads here this morning, Justin. Len Stoller Traffic Network showing very light traffic out there. No major issues to report.
Early voting underway here in Maryland as residents across the state begin casting their ballots. Early voting centers will be open every day from 7 in the morning to 8 at night through November 3rd.
This weekend will be an important one for the candidates as it's one of their final pushes before the election.
Olivia Dance is joining us live now from downtown with the big name coming to Baltimore. All to campaign. Olivia?
Well, good morning, and it's definitely going to be a busy campaign weekend. On Saturday, Vice President Kamala Harris will be here in Baltimore to attend an event with several Democratic candidates. The Vice President will be joined by gubernatorial candidate Wes Moore, as well as Senator Chris Van Hollen. And Republican gubernatorial candidate Dan Cox is also holding back-to-back campaign rallies on Friday and Saturday. But the race for governor is hotly contested, and a recent debate showed that the two candidates have very different views.
How would you use your position as governor to impact and improve public safety in places like Baltimore City, Prince George's County, other places where we're seeing crime on the rise?
Yeah, we'd make sure that we're working in partnership with our local jurisdictions.
Well, number one, we wouldn't defund the police, which is what my opponent has sought to do.
How do you feel about the union supporting your opponent?
It's just politics. It's okay because the officers support me and the sheriff support me, so we're good.
Now, Dan Cox's event on Friday is at 12:30 in Hampstead, and the location of Wes Moore's event with the vice president has not been released yet. But a new poll released by the Baltimore Sun and the University of Baltimore shows that Moore has maintained a sizable lead over Cox. The poll shows Moore with 58% of the vote, Cox with only 27% of the vote. 6% of those polled were undecided, and third-party candidates make up the rest. But the poll's margin of error is plus or minus 3.1 percentage points. And you can also visit our website at foxbaltimore.com for more information on this latest poll, as well as this weekend's events. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Thank you, Olivia. Be sure to check out the Fox 45 voter guide for all of our reporting on the upcoming midterm elections. Now, point your camera right at the QR code to take you straight there, or you can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote2022.
Continuing coverage this morning, federal investigators have completed their investigation into the January fire on Stricker Street, which took the lives of 3 first responders.
The ATF says it has referred this case to the Baltimore City State's Attorney's Office. Spokesperson declined to say if any charges could be filed or if they knew of any potential suspects.
Well, this comes as family members of the 3 firefighters are speaking only to Fox 45 News, demanding accountability from city leaders.
We would like the city to be held accountable. In this case, it wasn't a fire that they stepped into. It was a trap that was already set from the past.
I brought our daughter into this world last month without him, which is completely unfair. They would have had the best time together, and I can only imagine him here with her. We would have drove him insane, but it would have been amazing.
There's just all these things that she's supposed to be here for, and now she's not here to experience any of it.
Maxine Stryker has been reporting on the new initiative to mark vacant homes in order to alert firefighters of their dangers. Her complete coverage is available at foxbaltimore.com.
Well, some of the families Fox 45 spoke with also spoke out during a city council hearing on the vacant home problem in July. Emotions ran high. Councilwoman Odette Ramos was moved to tears by some of the testimony. At the time, she called on her colleagues to do more to fix the problem.
We have to make sure people are not living next to vacant properties. We have to make sure that our communities are ones that people are proud of. And we have to make sure we don't have more firefighters die. We will do that. I commit that to you. I want to make sure that the rest of the administration is committed to that as well. This is really important. This has been important for decades, and we have to get this right.
Well, the city council is now debating a bill that would increase the amount of fines on vacant properties. Councilwoman Ramos is supporting that bill. She says even if the fines are not paid, it will help the city address the vacants faster. A committee has to hear the bill one more time before it goes to the full council. Elon Musk officially taking over Twitter, immediately cleaning house.
Taylor Stewart in our live center this morning as the deal finally closes.
That's right. The deal is sealed. Take a look at this tweet from Elon Musk just last night. The bird is free. Now, once that deal closed, reportedly Musk fired several top Twitter executives, including CEO Parag Agrawal. Now, he had until today to complete his $44 billion purchase or go to court against the company. The big question is now, what does this mean for Twitter users? According to Musk, we all may notice some changes pretty soon.
Be just very reluctant to delete things, just be very cautious with permanent bans. Timeouts, I think, are better.
Now, former President Donald Trump, arguably one of the most prominent figures banned from the platform, Musk has said he plans to rethink Twitter's content moderation policies and service and maximizing the approach to free speech. Musk spent months trying to get out of this deal, initially citing the bots on the platform as his top concern. Many speculate that Musk may end up advertising to make his billions back, which could lead to Twitter becoming a subscription service. That's the latest here from the Live Center. Tom, Megan.
Well, thank you. And the Ravens bringing the heat to the GOAT, some say, Tom Brady. Reaction from fans, though, just ahead.
Plus, a chilly start to this Friday. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know if we warm up this weekend, 5:37. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Welcome back. 20 minutes in front of 6 o'clock on your Friday morning, and it is a little bit chilly outside, no doubt about that. Numbers are definitely about 5 to 10 degrees colder than where we started yesterday at this time. So that means as you head out the door, grab a light jacket, keep the sunglasses with you. We'll have mostly sunny skies. A little bit more of that cloud cover rolls in later today, but no need for the umbrella. Out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours. Yeah, it's definitely chilly. Some people love running when it's cold like this, but numbers in the 40s over the next couple of hours. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Happening today across Maryland, members of the Maryland's congressional delegation are announcing a new tax credit program for Baltimoreans who invest in the community.
Topgolf in South Baltimore is set to open its doors, part of a plan to revitalize the entertainment district in South Baltimore.
Plus, the B&O Railroad Museum in Baltimore will be hosting their annual Pumpkin Patch Express in toddler time to kick off the holiday weekend.
And don't forget, the Fall Classic begins tonight right here on Fox 45. The Philadelphia Phillies and Houston Astros squaring off for the World Series title. The Astros are making their 4th World Series appearance in 6 years, while the Phillies, they are back for the first time in 13 years in Hungary. Game 1 tonight at 8 right here on Fox 45.
This morning, we are waiting for the latest inflation numbers to drop. The impact this could have on yet another possible interest rate hike.
And as we look ahead to the midterms, many focusing on crime as a top issue. Coming up in about 15 minutes, national correspondent Kayla Gaskins will be joining us with a look at how progressive prosecutors are playing a role. Time now 5:41, and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition. All local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
It is 5:44. Ravens fans waking up happy this morning.
After a slow start to the game last night, did not look good at halftime. Baltimore came out firing in the second half, scoring touchdowns on 3 straight possessions to surge into a commanding lead that they would not relinquish. Downing Tampa 27-22. You know, it's consecutive W's for the first time since last November. Head coach John Harbaugh said a huge turnout by fans on the road helped them to get over the finish line.
Well, I just think it was a team effort, you know, and you say team effort, I would kind of include the fans in that too, you know, just an all-around team effort. I mean, we had a lot of fans here. When they shouted the O to start, it sounded like a home game almost. I mean, I don't know what the numbers were, but they were loud and they were into it the whole game, and it really helped us.
Well, the best part about winning on Thursday means you can watch all the games and not stress out on Sunday. That is a good thing. The Ravens have an extra long break here because they are in primetime again November 7th. That is Monday Night Football in New Orleans.
Well, and this moment is going viral this morning. Somehow a fan sign saying that they wrote on there, "Ravens pay Lamar now," ended up getting down to the field. And guess who found it? You see number 8 holding it right there. Lamar Jackson held it high over his head, got a Sharpie, signed it for that fan.
Awesome. So a lot of reaction to that in particular and the win, but we'll go to that first. We've got Jacob saying those checks better be the size of that sign or larger. So a lot of people recognizing that. We've got someone else showing the sign saying, "Pay the man." It's a little money bag right there. And then people just talking about the game, too. We've got Stitch Wave saying, great team win all around, great adjustments at half. Feel good to have this solid win under the belt. Love the next man up mentality we showed tonight. Great job. And, you know, just one more thing. Lamar Jackson is 2-0 versus Tom Brady. You know, just kind of throwing that out there. Everyone calls him the GOAT. Well, 2-0.
Yeah.
Gentlemen.
And remember, Brady's the one that actually, when he retired the first time, which nobody believed, he actually said, "Now it's your turn, Lamar," right? He tweeted him about that.
So he kind of made this happen.
That's right. And he also, before the game, I'm not a big Amazon Prime pregame show. I've tried suffering through that last night. That was a long one. Until we saw Ed Norris actually popped in there right before the game. He shows up.
For like 2 seconds.
Yeah.
It was Ed's big head, and he was like, rah, 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 and then like he was talking.
Do you remember what he said?
No.
I don't either.
I don't either. I was like, oh my God, that's Ed Norris.
Trying to rewind. You can't rewind. You can't go back. I'm like,
it's hard to rewind. I know it's stupid.
Oh, we rewound to see that defensive lineman do the Ray Lewis dance because we couldn't believe he did it, and it took us back to the first quarter, and obviously that was second. Yeah, it's
Figure
tricky.
it out, Bezos. Like, seriously, come on. You bought the package to have the NFL on the streaming service. Make it better.
Maybe Elon Musk will buy it.
Oh, great. That'll just be fun. That'll be awesome. All right, our beautiful shot here from our Towson camera. Good morning. Either way, we're waking up victorious on your Friday morning. Usually it's Victory Monday, right? And if they win on Monday Night Football, it'll be a Victory Tuesday, and we'll have to do a Purple Monday. So everything's all kind of askew right now. Numbers not too bad. A little chilly in Ellicott City. We're at 39 right now, 42 in Eldersburg. Low to mid-40s for Cockeysville and Towson, straight down the JFX to Baltimore City. Mid-40s here for Essex and Middle River, even 48 in Dundalk. And some of us are about 8 to 10 degrees cooler than where we were yesterday at this time. So this is what I was talking about with the clear skies and the fact that that colder air is rolling in. You'll definitely need a warm beverage as you make your way out and rise and shine with us over the next few hours. Temperatures mainly in the mid to upper 40s. Sun comes up at 7:30 and goes to bed just after 6. Those daylight hours are shrinking. Hereford zone, you'll only be in those mid to upper 50s today. 58 Cockeysville and Hunt Valley, 59 Perry Hall and White Marsh. I don't know about you, but I enjoyed seeing those fall colors yesterday against the blue sky. And that's how it's going to be again, at least for the first half of today. Upper 50s continue for Howard and Anne Arundel counties. Those will be your highs for this afternoon. Even in Hartford and Cecil counties, close to 60 for Aberdeen and Bel Air, over to Perryman, up into Elkton, and even northeast, close to 60 as well later today. Great day to fly again, pilots. Maybe a little bit breezy as we head toward the morning and early afternoon, but VFR conditions, we're talking visual flight rules. Yeah, we're go for launch. All right, here's a look at our future scan. We're going to see a little bit more cloud cover rolling in later today, but we're staying dry. As we head towards Saturday, expect to see more sunshine and numbers that will be a little bit warmer. Now, Sunday also is going to stay on the mild side temperature-wise, but notice those clouds are going to roll back in, still staying dry. So a little overcast on Sunday afternoon. Monday is our next weather maker. That's when we'll see the potential of a couple of showers. But when you look at this future scan, there's not a big old green blob over the top of us. So even if we do get some rain for the day on Monday and even into trick-or-treating Monday night, it's not looking like a lot. Just kind of, have the umbrella and the rain jacket. Temperatures are mild, though. Look at that, 67 on Monday as Hazel the Witch is back at work today. We're back to the lower 70s into Tuesday and Wednesday. That kicks off November on a very nice note.
Thank you, Justin. I like that. Well, with cold weather coming, though, the Baltimore County Police Department is warning about warm-up theft, and that's when a car left running and unattended gets stolen. The department says you should never leave your car running and unattended. State law actually prohibits leaving a car unattended while running. You can be ticketed. You could park in an enclosed garage if possible to keep your car a little warmer while you're not driving it. Keep an eye out for suspicious activity in your neighborhood. And again, if you see something, say something.
550, Len Stoller Traffic Network here, taking a live look, 95 and 895 here. Everyone's moving along just fine around the Baltimore region. A little bit of slowdown right near Gunpowder. It's actually, I guess it must have been a construction zone, 95 northbound. It's all cleared up now when you zoom in on it, so not bad there either. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. Mark, you tired from watching the Ravens last night?
Yes, of course. I'm a little tired, but we'll catch up on some sleep.
There you go.
Yeah, that's right. Good morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone out there. Right now, you'll find on the MARC train system, Penn Train 511 operating with a delay along with Penn Train 407, both running about 5 minutes late. Allow time for travel there. If your ride is on Light Rail Link, looking good for travel in both directions for the start. Metro Subway Link chiming in on time between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
All right. Thank you, Mark.
Progressive prosecutors under fire as crime becomes a top issue this election season. I'm Kayla Gaskins in Washington.
Plus, big name venues, Baltimore City seeing millions of dollars in renovations. What leaders are hoping this does for the state of the city going forward. 551, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning. .554 and topping your vote 2022 coverage, Pennsylvania's Democratic candidate John Fetterman is responding to some critics.
This comes after he struggled through a debate with rival Republican candidate Mehmet Oz.
Of course, it wasn't going to be easy. And if anybody wants to mock that, or if anyone wants to make fun of that, I think, like I said, it's much more about if you got knocked down, it's about getting back up and fighting. And that's exactly what we're doing.
As you know, Fetterman had a stroke 5 months ago and had to rely on closed captioning through the debate to help him process words. Oz has repeatedly questioned Fetterman's fitness and pressed him to release his health records. Fetterman has refused, saying his doctor says he's fit to serve.
Well, the U.S. Senate race is critical for Democrats hoping to flip the seat in the Senate formerly held by retiring GOP Senator Pat Toomey. For much of the year, Fetterman has been a clear favorite, but the race has tightened in recent weeks.
Developing now, Philadelphia's progressive prosecutor is facing impeachment by state Republicans as crime increasingly becomes a key issue for voters heading into the midterms.
National correspondent Kayla Gaskins has the details.
Articles of impeachment against Philadelphia's top prosecutor officially drawn. Pennsylvania state Republicans accusing the soft-on-crime progressive DA, Larry Krasner, of dereliction of duty for failing to prosecute crimes as violence in the city spikes.
Right now, in a superheated election cycle where part of the Republican playbook, as you well know, is to point a finger at large, diverse cities and say large, diverse cities are lawless. What we see here is the same old playbook, which is about coded and racist messaging.
Rising crime nationwide, producing backlash for progressives. San Francisco recalling their own soft-on-crime prosecutor, Chesa Boudin, earlier this year.
The progressive district attorneys, they've decided that they can change the law by just not enforcing the laws that they don't like. The people that voted for them wanted reform. They wanted things to get better. What they got was everything getting worse.
Polling shows voters place crime as a top issue this election season, turning some Democratic strongholds into unexpected battleground races. The New York governor's race getting too close for comfort. Democrat incumbent Kathy Hochul shifting focus, presenting herself now as tough on crime.
You deserve to feel safe. And as your governor, I won't stop working until you do.
But even some of her fellow Democrats, like New York City Mayor Eric Adams, say Hochul's limited bail reform policy, her main tough-on-crime talking point, does not nearly go far enough. Her challenger, Congressman Lee Zeldin, catching up in the polls, promising to immediately remove Manhattan progressive DA Alvin Bragg from office for failure to enforce criminal laws should Zeldin win. If current crime trends continue, more so-called soft-on-crime politicians likely to find rocky roads ahead. In Washington, I'm Kayla Gaskins.
Now, here in Baltimore, City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby is considered a progressive prosecutor. She lost the primary election by a wide margin, something the likely next City State's Attorney says shows Baltimore City residents were not happy with Mosby's policies.
Do you think that that's an indication that the city was not on board with her policies, did not agree with how she was handling crime and violent crime in the city, and they're looking to you to really make a big change?
Yes, I definitely believe that. I mean, look, if you take all the votes that didn't go to her, that's almost 71% of the city said we want a new direction.
Well, Ivan Bates maintains he will reverse Mosby's prosecution policies, but he also doesn't support mass incarceration. You can find our full interview with Bates on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Download the Fox 45 News app for breaking news, up-to-the-minute traffic conditions, school closings, weather anytime. Just search WBFF in your app store.
This new Topgolf in downtown Baltimore is opening today. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, hear why experts worry that crime will overshadow this new development.
And youth crime continues to rage on across our area. The latest teen to be arrested for murder, and what's being done or not being done to contain it.
Ravens waking up victorious this morning over the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Coming up this morning, big moment that's trending right now.
Temperatures definitely colder to kick off your Friday, but we've got a nice weekend ahead. We're going to break down that forecast, including what we can expect for Halloween.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Just about 6 o'clock on this Friday, October 28th. Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gillen. Let's check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers as we head into the weekend.
Yeah, Halloween weekend, final weekend of October, guys, and we are taking a look at pretty nice conditions overall. Yes, it's a bit chilly as you step outside this morning. If you haven't done so yet, just notice on the right side of your screen, we always have those temperatures posted for you, so you know exactly what to wear when you make your way out. Now, here's a look at our Towson camera. Obviously still dark and early, but temperatures statewide, we're almost in freezing there in Cumberland, 42 in Hagerstown, 37 in Frederick, mid-40s in Baltimore, right about 52 your temp in Annapolis this hour. A clear and cool morning leading to partly cloudy skies this afternoon, and we do stay dry for the weekend. Mr. Bo says we're good to go. Numbers in the mid to upper 40s on your morning drive over the next couple of hours. Maybe the bun warmers on if you got them. We're talking upper 50s and even a few lower 60s around around Carroll and Baltimore counties for this afternoon. Coming back in a few minutes, we'll take you through the entire Halloween weekend forecast and a look ahead at next week, which includes 70s. Tom?
All right, well, some good news from the weather, some really good news in your traffic report. Len Stoller Traffic Network showing wide open roads for your commute at 6 o'clock this Friday morning.
What we're looking to do is really showcase a city who's moving in the right direction. Not saying Baltimore's got it all figured out.
Well, city leaders across America descend on Baltimore this week, hoping for a lesson in limiting crime. Violent crime is up this year, but Baltimore is seeing recent success in a few other areas.
The number of carjackings is down after a spike early this year. Robberies and burglaries also on the decline. U.S. Attorney Eric Barron committed to an Al Capone-style prosecution strategy this summer, saying repeat offenders will be prosecuted for any and all wrongdoing. One law enforcement expert says a stronger police presence is deterring some of those crimes.
I would attribute it partly to the more aggressive stance the Baltimore City Police Department has taken with collecting guns off the street, putting that in motion, the reassignment of officers to do that, and also the partnership with the federal government.
Former FBI agent Tyrone Powers, you just heard, says it's too early to see the full impact of Barron's directives, though, but he thinks the results have been encouraging so far.
Well, new developments are popping up across Baltimore. Earlier this week, the transformed Lexington Market opened its doors, and then this morning, a new Topgolf in downtown Baltimore will be opening to the public.
But in the areas that we are seeing these new developments, we're also seeing crime. Olivia Dance is joining us live right now from the new Topgolf with a lot more. Olivia.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And in just a few hours, this Topgolf here in downtown Baltimore will be opening its doors to the public for the very first time. But experts are concerned that people will be too scared to even come here. The new Topgolf, which is located near the stadiums, is supposed to be a key part of the city's planned Warner Street Entertainment District. A hotel and concert hall are also planned for the area. But the Baltimore Police Department's crime map shows dozens of crimes around the area, from robberies to burglaries and assaults. Economists say all this development can help the city, but only if we can get a handle on the crime.
To really have the most number of people be in the arena and therefore generate the most economic impact and the most tax-based effects for the city of Baltimore, public safety, right? There's too much anxiety among many people in terms of coming to the city, including downtown. If we can address that anxiety by improving the public safety outcomes, this city will be on the march forward once again. But it takes more than beautiful buildings. It also takes a public that's willing to be entertained in the city, and not enough people are willing to do that right now, given the public safety issues.
This past weekend was violent in Baltimore, with 11 people shot from Friday through Sunday. And just last night, a man was shot in Hamden. He's still recovering as police search for the suspects. And earlier this week, the transformed Lexington Market opened its doors. That area has also seen lots of crime. So while there is lots of excitement around the Topgolf opening, crime continues to be a shadow hanging over the city. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, Olivia, thank you. Meanwhile, the German Christmas Village is returning to the Inner Harbor next month. This is another area where we have been seeing rising crime. Back in May, a 17-year-old was killed and a teenage girl was injured at the Inner Harbor Amphitheater. And then in March, just a few blocks from the Inner Harbor, another double shooting happened, killing one man.
Well, continuing coverage this morning, a teenager is in custody accused of shooting and killing a 14-year-old Travis Slaughter right near Milford Mill Academy last month. According to Baltimore County Police, the 17-year-old suspect is being held at Baltimore County Detention Center. That teen, though, is not being identified at this time.
Fox 45 News has been covering youth crime for months.
In Baltimore City, the murder of Mervo's high school student Jeremiah Brogdon at dismissal. That actually happened the same day Travis Slaughter was killed. Now, a 15-year-old squeegee kid is also accused of shooting and killing Timothy Reynolds right near the Inner Harbor. Next month, the judge will decide whether he will be charged as an adult.
In June, Baltimore police arrested a 15-year-old Howard County boy in connection with the shooting death of another teenager at the Inner Harbor over Memorial Day weekend. And in May, a 16-year-old was charged with the shooting death of 30-year-old Marco Nunez. If you remember, that shooting happened outside of a busy Fells Point bar.
Meanwhile, a date has been set for Mayor Brandon Scott to announce the results of the Squeegee Collaborative. The date was set during the police consent decree hearing earlier this week. Collaborative has been meeting since July, but has refused to allow cameras to record public sessions. Fox 45 News reached out to the mayor's office to confirm the date, but they would only say the announcement will come soon.
Brittany Griner may be one step closer to freedom, and she has a fellow basketball star to thank. Just ahead this morning, the NBA player who's working on the plans.
And it's going to be a busy campaign weekend here in Baltimore still to come, where you can find the top Maryland candidates as they make their final.
.08 is your time right now. It is Friday morning. I'm meteorologist Justin Chambers. Thanks so much for stopping by and hanging with us here this morning. Looking out over downtown Baltimore, Inner Harbor, glistening here in the colder conditions. Definitely a bit colder now. However, later today, sunny and mild for the afternoon. Overall, looking pretty nice. Definitely grab a warm cup of joe as you get up and at 'em with us here. Your Rise and Shine cast 40s for the next couple of hours. Sun comes up at 7:30. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. We are just hours away from the release of the Fed's preferred inflation report, which is going to play a critical role in next week's meetings over whether to keep raising interest rates and by how much.
Taylor Stewart is joining us live from our live center this morning as we wait on those numbers. Taylor.
That's right. We're taking you live over New York City this morning as concern is growing on Wall Street that the Fed could add another substantial interest rate hike next week. The Dow, S&P, NASDAQ all lower in pre-markets, and the Dow had a good run this week with 1,700 points since last Friday. That's more than 5%. But core inflation, which is everything except for food and energy, is expected to increase by 5.2%. Compare that to last September. The core inflation in that time, August, was 4.9 year to year. Economists say a higher reading today would be a sign we're seeing costs accelerate across a wider swath of categories. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen shares some positivity about the economy.
I don't see signs of a recession in this economy at this point.
But she also says inflation will take time to recede, and getting prices down could take several years. We'll let you know what the inflation report shows when it drops here at 8:30. That's the latest from the Live Center. Tom?
All right, Taylor, thank you. Happening today, America's frontline heroes have their own day to be remembered.
Yeah, today we honor police, sheriff, deputies, firefighters, emergency medical technicians, and 911 dispatchers.
President Joe Biden has declared today First Responders Day. To honor first responders, there will be programs, ceremonies, and activities. Happy National First Responders Day.
Big warning for Masked Singer fans. We're revealing one of the latest celebrities who gets unmasked. Mark Clark with Be More Lifestyle speaks one-on-one with the latest contestant about what it was like stepping out of his comfort zone.
And we are just 3 days away, count them up, from Halloween, but many celebrations are already underway. We're going to take a look at how some of you are getting into the spooky spirit, plus the events you can attend in Baltimore. 6:11 on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Well, the tweet reads, Dennis Rodman has pulled it off in Moscow. WNBA superstar Brittany Griner will be headed home very soon. Joining us now for this week's Washington Wrap, the author of that text, political commentator and DC insider Armstrong Williams. Armstrong created a little bit of firestorm on Twitter yesterday afternoon when you posted that, and it started taking off, going viral. Tell us the facts.
Well, the facts is they would like for me to be quiet. Let's just start there, and I will respect that. Listen, Brittany Griner did something very foolish, Tom, but you must ask yourself, with all the destruction that Russia's causing in Ukraine, the question is, why is Brittany Griner being used as some political tool? She's not some diplomat. She's not some spy. And she's a pawn in a game where Russia is trying to get 2 for 2. Not only Victor Bout, but there's another spy that America has in its prison cells that we have no idea who it is, and they want to swap 2 for 2. The negotiations are going on, but I must tell you, Dennis Rodman is playing a very pivotal role in this process for some reason. He has the respect of Putin and some of his top officials there. We remember what he was able to do with Kim Jong-un, and the Biden administration is sitting by wrangling their fingers, hoping that Dennis Rodman can save them on this international diplomatic disaster. But she should come home. And I think it's even more shocking when you go to the web and you see the hate against her. What American would root for any American being in a prison cell where there's no due process? There's no such thing as innocent until proven guilty. What have we become? No matter what her crimes may be,
I think some of
she's
that
only a political tool.
Chatter, though, that chatter, though, that's coming against her is that she's been very vocal against the United States and said that the flag was racist. So she's actually said that before in public, while there's other people, United States citizens, that are also even higher charged. Mark Fogel, a teacher, a 60-year-old, he's in the penal colony labor camps in Russia for having prescribed marijuana there, and nobody said boo about him, and that happened a year before. He's still there, so she's getting some attention, which is a good thing. I mean, I think most Americans, most all of us are saying, yeah, bring our Americans home. My goodness, you can talk bad about our country. Who cares? It's a free country. That explains it, so bring them home. But what about the other ones? There's other Americans that are doing more time than she is, and she's getting more attention, and they're not getting even their name. Mark Fogel, nobody even knew that name.
That point is well taken. And Brittany Griner, if this all works out, and we think it will not be the only one coming home from Russia. Paul Whelan will be coming home. But look, yes, she said those outrageous things. And yes, she's paying a price for it. And yes, but we still, what separates us from everybody else in the world is freedom of speech. Yeah. And yes, they should come home. But at the end of the day, we're talking about Russia and its cruelty, its destruction of lives. It's changing the dynamics of global politics and the world and what it's doing to Ukraine. And so, yeah, I agree with those points of view. But is that enough to say that she should stay if there's a route, get her out of prison and bring her home?
I mean, we look at it as Americans saying 9 years, that's ridiculous. But that's under our laws and the way we look at things. Do you think, though, because you keep talking about the Russia impact here on the world, I mean, they're struggling with the war in Ukraine. They look bad. So by doing this, they're trying to get barter a little bit. Do you think that we are officially in a Cold War now with Russia?
It's a proxy war, no question. And Putin would like to look magnanimous in this situation. And I think the telltale signs on Brittany Griner, and she is a WNBA superstar, and we should not get in trading, doing these kind of deals, because what happens when another athlete goes overseas and they're kidnapped? Is this going to be a bartering tool for another situation where some country can get their terrorists back out of our jail cells? But I think the most important thing here, though, is for us to remember as we move forward is that at the end of the day, Putin realizes that he has put himself in the world in a very dangerous situation. And no matter how many times they may release someone like Brittany Griner or anyone else, it's not going to change the image and what Putin has become and to the rest of the world. And so what we have to do as Americans, particularly as Americans, when we go overseas, while our laws show a lot of mercy, and those countries are very cruel, and we have to learn from these mistakes, and we must learn from our judgment. But I will tell you, at the end of the day, the Russians have shut down the world media. They've shut down everyone else talking about this. And the question you should have asked is, once they announced that her appeal was denied and she was being sentenced 9 years, you heard nothing from the U.S. government, and you heard nothing from her family. Right. Everything went deadly silent. That's when the negotiations began to try to bring her home. And they're very confident she will come home within the next few days, actually.
Yeah, and the negotiations continue. That'd be very interesting to see. A lot of people saying that you're not accurate here. You can prove them wrong, hopefully, in a couple of days with Dennis Rodman. All right. Armstrong Williams, thank you.
I'm willing to take the risk. Thank you.
All right, 6:19. Time to get a check of our forecast.
Yeah, meteorologist Justin Chambers here, standing in front of the purple. But I saw that was the aquarium's been switching colors throughout the morning. There you go.
Yeah,
that's pretty good. Yeah.
That's kind of cool. Yeah, is that an isosceles triangle?
It's a right.
3 different sizes.
Right,
yes.
yeah.
Right.
Right. Cool.
No, isosceles has 2 sides that are the same.
That's a right triangle, right?
Right triangle.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's why I failed geometry. All right, here's a look at our weather headlines here for this morning. It's a little cooler as you step out right now. 46, your number at this hour. Clear and cool this morning. It will be partly cloudy this afternoon. Do expect to see a little bit more cloud cover later in the day. 62 here for our high, and we do stay dry for the weekend. Look at this gorgeous shot from my friend Bill Gilbert over there in Middle River. Sent me this picture. I mean, that tree just looks amazing, and you could really see that yesterday with those blue skies. That's what I was talking about with all those great fall colors out there. As the kids head out to the bus stop, beep, beep, make sure they've got a light jacket on this morning. Numbers are in the 40s at the bus stop next hour, upper 50s by noontime and recess. And when you pick them up this afternoon, we're talking some lower 60s. Overall, not a bad afternoon. In fact, a little less breezy than where we were yesterday. And Halloween weekend for the kids and for parents. I mean, a lot of great activities going on this weekend for the kids, including, of course, Monday when we go trick-or-treating. 63 on Saturday, mid-60s on Sunday. And actually, for Halloween, whoa, Hazel's flying around there. All right, we've got 66 by 4 p.m. on Monday, lower 60s into the 6 o'clock hour. Now, the sun goes down at 6:06 on Monday evening. Notice the temperature staying in the 60s. Yes, we have a chance for a couple of sprinkles here and there, but the good news, we're not looking at anything in terms of any major downpours. What? Hold on. This guy's annoying. Harold, what's going on, dude? This is Harold, and he has something to say. He's tired. We'll get him back on later. He didn't have the guts to say it. Great point, Megan. Yeah. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, if you want to do some raking, get the yard cleaned up. A lot of those leaves are starting to pile up as well. We've got 3 greens across the board, and it was breezy yesterday, so still a bit breezy later today. We'll see a little bit more cloud cover later this afternoon. Tomorrow, we see less clouds and actually some slightly warmer numbers. Into Sunday, you're going to see those clouds start to increase again, but overall, not tracking any rain on Sunday. Monday, here it is. This is the future scan, and again, the potential exists for at least a couple of light showers here as we get into the 5-6 o'clock hours. So just a few showers that you might see as you're heading out for trick-or-treating with the kids. 3 days until Halloween. We're just 14 days from Veterans Day and our holiday countdown. And right there, Debbie the Dancing Christmas Tree, 58 days away from Christmas on Sunday this year. Here's that 7-day forecast. Numbers stay in the 60s. We're back to the lower 70s next week. That's right, Tuesday and Wednesday, the first couple of days of November, into the lower 70s, well above average. All right, Mark Jones with the MTA. How's it going, mass transit?
Well, good morning, Justin. Good morning, everyone. Going pretty well out there right now on Light Rail Link. You'll find on-time service there from end to end. Metro Subway Link right on time between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for travel. On the MARC system, a couple delays in the mix. Penn Train 511 and Camden 845. Running about 5 to 10 minutes late. The other trains of MARC look good for your Friday start. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. A victory Friday for the Ravens. They won 27-22. Coming up, the slow start that ended with the flock on top.
Oh, Halloween just around the corner, which means many celebrations are here. What you can finally attend at the Baltimore Aquarium to get you in the spirit. 6:23, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
6:25. One group in Maryland looking to make Halloween more accessible this year. Check this out. A wheelchair boxing costume. This was unveiled last Halloween. In Harford County, volunteers there are already meeting. Actually, they're doing that today to help kids with wheelchairs find that perfect fit for them. And this year's costumes include Santa's sleigh, which would be pretty awesome, a safari jeep, Ravens players, and many more.
Now, things are getting spooky. The National Aquarium, they have the return of Baltimore's favorite underwater Halloween tradition, where divers actually join beloved sea creatures to carve their pumpkins, while the animals, they enjoy the leftover snacks. Now, this year's pumpkin carvings depict a friendly fish and what is that one? Looks like a seahorse,
Looks like
right?
Or a shark,
oh,
maybe?
That's the sawfish. I get it now.
That's very impressive.
Doing that underwater, not bad. I can't even do that above water.
I'm pretty impressed with that. Speaking of Halloween in our area, though, we are loving all of your spooky pictures that you've been sending us. In fact, we want to share some of them. Take a look at this. Tyra sent us this one to us. That looks pretty good there. This is Sky that you see right there, and that's also her grandson Dylan, sporting some classic Halloween costumes.
Look at the decorations there, too. Whoa.
Oh, that's great. Look at that.
Yeah, this is Melanie sent us this picture. She says Devin is all ready for Halloween. Carol also sent us pictures from passing out candy at the annual trick-or-treat parade in their area there. Look at the Trojan.
Pretty
all
good.
Right. Yeah.
Very nice. If you have not already, please share your spooky season spirit with us. You can send in your photos, your videos, and you just might see them on air or online. Just head to foxbaltimore.com/chime in.
Chilly, cold morning with temperatures in the 30s and 40s.
Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers taking a look at how the temps hold up on Halloween.
And Elon Musk and Twitter finally coming to an agreement. Coming up, those who are already being booted from the company immediately following his takeover. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning. Thank you for waking up with us. It is Friday, October 28th. I'm Megan Gillen.
I'm Rogers. Last Friday of the month, which means we're going to have some candy coming up here Monday.
I'm so excited.
Wow.
If you have some left, because meteorologist Justin Chambers says he already got into it.
No, not Monday, Tom. Tuesday.
Okay,
Yeah, you know what I mean?
yeah.
Like after all of the trick-or-treating.
Well, the trunk or treats start tonight, tomorrow,
good.
like literally every
point.
night.
Good point. Yeah. Okay, so maybe there will be candy on Monday. Wishful thinking. It's National Chocolate Day.
Oh, go figure.
So that's a good thing. All right, let's take a look outside right now. We are colder this morning, no doubt about that. Some of us about 7 to 10 degrees colder than where we ended up yesterday. Still an hour from the sun coming up, but a pretty shot over the Inner Harbor from our Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam. Actually at freezing in Cumberland, 42 in Hagerstown right now, 39 in Frederick, with low to mid 40s for Westminster and Baltimore, down through Annapolis at 52. So Mr. Bo says next couple of hours, numbers will stay in the mid to upper 40s. Overall, not a bad commute in terms of your weather conditions. Maybe need the heater on or the defroster here this morning. 62 for our high today. Some of us only in the upper 50s, but we warm up slightly each afternoon into the weekend. Saturday and Sunday, overall, a very nice fall weekend. We do have some rain to contend with on Halloween Monday, and I'll take a closer look at that coming up in just a few minutes from right now. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Justin. Early voting underway in Maryland as residents across the state begin casting their ballots. Early voting centers open every day from 7 to 8 through November 3rd.
This weekend will be an important one for the candidates as it's one of their final pushes before the election.
Olivia Dance joining us live now downtown with the big name coming to Baltimore to help campaign. Olivia?
Good morning, and yeah, it's definitely going to be a busy campaign weekend. On Saturday, Vice President Kamala Harris will be here in Baltimore to attend an event with several Democratic candidates. On Saturday, the Vice President will be joined by gubernatorial candidate Wes Moore, as well as Senator Chris Van Hollen. Republican gubernatorial candidate Dan Cox is also holding back-to-back campaign rallies on Friday and Saturday. But the race for governor is hotly contested, and a recent debate showed that the two candidates have very different views.
How would you use your position as governor to impact and improve public safety in places like Baltimore City, Prince George's County, other places where we're seeing crime on the rise?
Yeah, we'd make sure that we're working in partnership with our local jurisdictions.
Well, number one, we wouldn't defund the police, which is what my opponent has sought to do.
How do you feel about the union supporting your opponent?
It's just politics. It's okay because the officers support me and the sheriff support me, so we're good.
Dan Cox's event on Friday is at 12:30 in Hampstead, and the location of Wes Moore's event with the vice president has not been released yet, but a new poll released by the Baltimore Sun and the University of Baltimore shows that Moore has maintained a sizable lead over Cox. The poll shows Moore with 58% of the vote, Cox with only 27% of the vote. 6% of those polled were undecided, and third-party candidates make up for the rest. But the poll's margin of error is plus or minus 3.1 percentage points. You can also visit our website at FOX45 for more information on this latest poll, as well as this weekend's events. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Be sure to check out the Fox 45 voter guide for all of our reporting on the upcoming midterm election. Point your phone's camera if you want at the QR code to take you straight there. Or if you don't like QR codes, you can go to foxbaltimore.com/vote 2022.
Continuing coverage here this morning, federal investigators have completed their investigation into the January fire on Stricker Street, which took the lives of 3 first responders.
And the ATF now says that they has referred this case to the Baltimore City State's Attorney's Office. Spokesperson declined, though, to say if any charges will be filed or if they knew of any potential suspects.
Well, this comes as family members of the 3 firefighters are speaking only to Fox 45 News, demanding accountability from city leaders.
We would like the city to be held accountable. And in this case, it wasn't a fire that they stepped into. It was a trap that was already set from the past.
I brought our daughter into this world last month without him, which is completely unfair. They would have had the best time together, and I can only imagine him here with her. We would have drove him insane, but it would have been amazing.
There's just all these things that she's supposed to be here for, and now she's not here to experience any of it.
Maxine Stryker has been reporting on the new initiative to mark vacant homes in order to alert firefighters of their dangers. Her complete coverage is available at foxbaltimore.com.
Elon Musk taking over Twitter and immediately cleaning house.
We have Taylor Stewart in our live center this morning as the deal finally closes. This has been a long time coming, Taylor.
Oh, yeah, and it closed just last night. Take a look at this tweet from Elon Musk. The bird is free, getting over 1 million likes already this morning. Now, Elon Musk fired several top executives, including CEO Parag Agrawal. He had until today to complete his $44 billion purchase or go to court against the company. The big question now is, what does that mean for Twitter users? According to Musk, we all may see some changes very soon.
Be just very reluctant to delete things, just be very cautious with permanent bans. Timeouts, I think, are better.
Now, former President Donald Trump, arguably one of the most prominent figures, banned from the platform. Musk says he plans to rethink Twitter's content moderation policies and service, maximizing the approach to free speech. Now, Musk spent months trying to get out of this deal, initially citing the bots on the platform as his top concern. But many speculate that Musk may end up advertising to make his billions back, which could lead to Twitter becoming a subscription service. We'll have to all wait and see here. But that's the latest from the Live Center. Tom, Megan.
All right, Taylor, thank you. Harford County schools are in the midst of a heated debate over gender identity when it comes to student locker rooms. Still to come, both sides of the argument and what they're bringing, what they say that the state rules say.
Mostly sunny and cooler with highs in the lower 60s today. Meteorologist Justin Chambers takes a look at if rain will hold out for any of our Halloween forecast. That would be spooky. 6:37 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
In Asheville, North Carolina, no painting flowers red there or the trees. This image captured without a filter as fall showcase is still center stage. When raindrops meet fall leaves, this close-up captured in Indiana. And here's a fantastic view of crepuscular rays, the sun beaming through clouds, these alternating bands of ray and shadow as captured in Colorado.
For more content like this, like the National Weather Desk on Facebook.
Welcome back, everybody, from our Mile 1 Auto Group cam opening the big live window here, seeing a little bit of a morning glow. Just a few clouds out there so far for your Friday. Temperatures are not bad right now. You can always see those on the right side of your screen in the 40s for the most part. Some of you in the 30s. So out the door, grab a jacket and some sunglasses for the rest of the afternoon as we'll see the sunshine. A little bit more cloud cover later into the day as well. But overall, if you want to get some of the last-minute decorating done, getting ready for parties for the weekend, or just get some raking done, your yard and gardening cast looking pretty good. Upper 50s into the lower 60s later today. Back to you.
All right, Justin, thank you. It is the best kind of Purple Friday here. We're talking about a big Ravens win yesterday.
Yeah, that's right. After a slow start, and it was, they even went for it on fourth down at one point and missed it. The second half, though, was completely different. Scoring touchdowns on 3 straight possessions, surging into a commanding lead that they would not relinquish. Downing Tampa 27-22. It's consecutive W's for the first time since last November. Head coach John Harbaugh had said there was a huge turnout by the fans on the road, was able to help them get to their finish line.
Well, I just think it was a team effort, you know, and you say team effort, I would kind of include the fans in that too, you know, just an all-around team effort. I mean, we had a lot of fans here. When they shouted the O to start, it sounded like a home game almost. I mean, I don't know what the numbers were, but they were loud and they were into it the whole game, and it really helped us.
Now the Ravens have an extra long break because they are in prime time again November 7th. That's Monday Night Football in New Orleans.
Well, we love seeing how all of you are supporting the Ravens. In fact, you can see some of the images right here. And Neoli sent us this picture of Berno and supporting the flock. In the middle here, this is Emma, though, and she's with her dog, Ellie, supporting her Ravens jersey there. And then on the right here is Camden. My goodness. Caitlin sent us this picture of him enjoying his first ever Ravens game.
In other sports news, don't forget, we've got the Fall Classic beginning tonight right here on Fox 45. The Philadelphia Phillies and the Houston Astros squaring off for the World Series title. We know the Astros making their 4th World Series appearance in 6 years. Incredible. While the Phillies are back for the first time in 13 years. They're hungry. Game 1 tonight at 8 right here on Fox 45.
Retiring comfortably. It sounds good, but what's it going to take? Coming up, how much money Americans say they need to retire, according to a new survey.
6:45 and in your morning rush, new developments popping up across Baltimore. Earlier this week, the transformed Lexington Market opened its doors, and tonight a new Top Golf in downtown Baltimore will be open to the public. Olivia Dance is joining us now and has what some experts think that crime, though, Olivia, will overshadow these new developments.
Yeah, Tom, that's definitely a concern. And in just a few hours, this Top Golf here in downtown Baltimore will open its doors to the public for the very first time. But experts are concerned that people will be too scared to even come here. The new Top Golf, which is located near the stadiums, is supposed to be a key part of the city's planned Warner Street Entertainment District. But the Baltimore Police Department's crime map shows dozens of crimes around the area, from robberies to burglaries and assaults. Economists say all this development can help the city, but only if we can get a handle on the crime. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up, well, an expert weighs in on those concerns, and we're taking a closer look at some of the recent crime. Back to you.
Thank you, Olivia. One of the biggest shows on TV is So Baltimore this morning.
One of my favorites, too. Be More lifestyle host Mark Clark joining us live now with the one-on-one interview with the latest Masked Singer contestant to go home. Mark.
That's right, guys. We know him as Jerry. So he wasn't fooling himself. Jerry was the Beatle, and he was eliminated, and he had no false sense of his ability to sing. He knew what his role was on the show.
You had 3 acts. 2 of the acts were really great singers. I mean, they were so professional. They were wonderful. And then they have to fill the hour. So they have someone like me. I was the filler there. I didn't have a shot. I didn't even get trained for a second song in case I wasn't eliminated. They knew I wasn't going to last. Oh, so I'm a filler.
Oh, you're more than a filler, Jerry.
You know, he serves his role. You know,
Right.
Everyone's got their purpose.
But why a Beatle? Mark, were you able to talk to him about why he chose to be a Beatle?
Well, you know, the Beatles, right?
Yeah.
He had the little
He's just a
haircut.
fan?
You see, he had the little Beatle in the haircut, like the Beatles.
Oh, okay. All right, we'll go with that.
You guys were feeling that? Okay, fine.
I thought it
It's
would be more
always
something with
interesting.
like throwing a chair. Remember Jerry at the Seinfeld, right? You know,
Yeah.
like-
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Seinfeld's
You know,
great.
I don't think Jerry can't do any wrong. You know, so even though
That's
he
true.
didn't.
He's kind of like everybody's favorite uncle.
He used to come into this building all the time and would just be walking around happy. Hey, guys, how's it going? I remember like 10 years ago walking down and I looked and was like, that was Jerry Springer that just walked by.
I don't understand.
His show used to be on here. When he had his show, it was on FOX45, and he would be around in
Does he
Baltimore
live here or
live.
something? Or like, why would he come
would just
here?
come just
Well,
because the
around.
show was airing here.
That's all.
And
Super
shout out
nice
to
guy.
Shout out to Megan, who's been here for 76 years. My God.
No, she has not.
16. It's only 16, Mark.
That's 76 years in television. That's like...
Jerry's got me beat.
Yeah, I think so. All right, thanks, Mark.
Thanks, guys.
All right, so now we're talking about Halloween this weekend, too. Speaking of taking off masks, kids going to need some umbrella masks?
Possibly an umbrella, yeah, and at least a light jacket on Monday, because we are tracking at least the potential for a few showers at this time. Overall, though, not a bad and not a spooky start here this morning. Looking pretty good at this time. Interesting. All right, thank you for that. Ooh. I do like spooky, but hairs on the back of my neck are standing up right now. So thank you for that. Thank you, friend. Yeah, he doesn't even say anything. He just kind of just loiters in. So he's a tall, scary thing. 46 your temperature right now in Baltimore. Oh, that's Larry. That's Larry. That's Larry. That's Larry the Pumpkin. I'm sorry. Larry, good to see you, buddy. Happy to be here. All right, Daryl the Dragonfly, he's going to be buzzing around today. Upper 50s and even some lower 60s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour this afternoon. Really not a bad day. In fact, in Towson, we'll see those temperatures in the 8 o'clock hour in the mid 40s. Taking you through lunchtime today, outside, maybe just a little bit of that fall chill. 57 your temperature by noon and into the lower 60s for that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. Now, we will see some increasing cloud cover later today. But temperatures overall are going to be on the mild side, just right near, just slightly below average at about 62 for this afternoon. Even some of you in the upper 50s for Westminster and Eldersburg over to Reisterstown, Cockeysville at 58 this afternoon, 60 in Towson, 61 for you in Dundalk. Numbers up and down the 95 corridor, mainly in the 50s and 60s here for today. So here's a look at your future scan. A little bit more cloud cover later this afternoon, kind of an onshore flow. Tomorrow, more of a northerly wind is going to help to kind of flush out all of those clouds, but then they return on Sunday. So those clouds roll back in Sunday afternoon and then into early Monday, a couple of scattered showers. But you can see as we get Monday afternoon into the evening time, just a few of those green blobs. We're not talking about a whole bunch of rain if we get any at all. Some of the models are really backing off on that rain chance, which we like. I also love this shot. This is Bristol blue, and Tammy Roy sent this in. She said Bristol is dressed up as, get this, guys, a loofah sponge. That right there. So what's that? Yeah, the string hanging down. So Tammy, thank you very much. She loves watching the show, and we love you for sending that picture in. Only a couple more days where we'll be putting on those Halloween pet pics here for you on your forecast. Now there's another scary thing. Who's that? Who is that? Is that Marvin? No, Marvin the Mummy. That's Marvin the Mummy. So Hazel's on a break again. All right, there's Marvin the Mummy. He's hanging out on that 7-day forecast there. 67 on Monday, lower 70s into Tuesday and Wednesday. Guys, we're starting November above average. Tom?
All right. Well, let's check out your traffic. Lens Solar Traffic Network, taking a look at the map right here. Just to the north of that, the only indicator we have right now is a disabled on the Tidings Bridge northbound, and that's slowing you down. Everybody else, look at you. You're in the green. Great news there.
Well, it is a great morning for Ravens fans. How they took the win over Tampa Bay to create another winning streak.
And Zoo Boo is making its way back to Baltimore just in time for Halloween. The activities you can look forward to at an event coming up in this morning's Hometown Hotspot.
But first, let's tame the zoo with a brew.
All right, well, it's time for a coffee break.
Now in your assignment, America, we're keeping an eye on the markets here this morning. The Dow closing on a high yesterday, climbing 194 points. The S&P sliding 23 points. NASDAQ had another bad day, closing down 178. Yesterday's GDP report showing economic growth for the first time this year put some investors' minds at ease.
Well, a bad day, though, for two of the biggest companies in the world.
Shares of Amazon plunged yesterday by 19% after the online giant posted a weaker than expected earnings report.
Meta, formerly known as Facebook, also tumbled, lost nearly a quarter of its market value following a drop in quarterly revenue. Google's parent company, though, Alphabet, also saw earnings fall short of expectations.
A new rule from the Securities and Exchange Commission is cracking down on companies with errors on their financial statements. It will require executives to give back bonuses that were awarded due to those errors.
Now, the rule is meant to hold corporate officers financially accountable. Large companies often reward their leaders with performance-based bonuses. The SEC says whether inaccuracies are due to fraud, error, or some other factor, that company will have to recover that money. Well, many Americans want to live out their golden years comfortably and retire, but the question is, can they?
Dee Dee Gatton from the National Desk is looking at the new numbers, shedding light on how prepared some feel they are for retirement.
Market volatility, inflation, and an overall shaky economy. It's caused many to think they need more than $1 million for retirement.
This is a time of your life that you should be looking forward to and not having those kind of anxieties.
A Northwestern Mutual survey found Americans now think they need at least $1.25 million to retire comfortably, a 20% jump from last year. A simple trip to the grocery store, giving anxiety to some people hoping to retire.
Every day when I go to the grocery store and see that things have gone up within hours, certainly before the day before, it does kind of cause you to wonder, will I make it, even now before retirement?
Data shows Americans' average retirement savings dropped 11% from last year as inflation surges.
What we're seeing is that a lot of people are delaying their retirement or they're going back to work part-time to make ends meet.
But even those who have saved are having doubts.
I'm just hoping now that what I thought would be sufficient will be in light of the economy.
Experts say something else you could look into in addition to a 401k or a high-yield savings account is a reverse mortgage for older homeowners. In certain cases, it could be a reliable source of income. Reporting for the National Desk, I'm Dee Dee Gatton.
Well, President Biden, though, is highlighting investments in semiconductor manufacturing.
The president celebrating a major investment from Micron. The company is one of the largest microchip manufacturers in the world. It is investing $100 billion over the next 20 years to build American factories that make semiconductor chips.
Those small little computer chips that power everything in our everyday lives, from our smartphones to our automobiles to washing machines, hospital equipment, you name it. It's the largest American investment of its kind ever in our history.
Micron credits the CHIPS and Science Act for helping with new facility there, and the federal measure aims to boost domestic manufacturing and research in the semiconductor sector.
This new Topgolf in downtown Baltimore is opening today. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, hear why experts worry that crime will overshadow this new development.
And we love the smell of victory. We're recapping the Ravens' win over Tom Brady and the Bucs, plus some viral moments that have football fans talking.
Stepping into the weekend with temperatures that are cool this morning, but overall looking nice for Saturday and Sunday. We'll break down what we can expect, including Halloween on Monday. It's all coming up on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
I think we can say that we are concerned.
Are we worried about what this winter is going to look like? Sure.
What we're seeing this year, which is really unique, is that all the viruses are now coming out all at the same time, all early.
Triple threat ahead this winter. Right now, medical professionals are sounding the alarm on 3 viruses hitting our nation: the flu, RSV, and the coronavirus. Hospitals around the nation already seeing their resources being challenged as they warn triple-demic is only beginning. Coming up in about 15 minutes, we're going to have a live discussion with a local pediatrician on what's going on, what hospitals in our area are seeing, and advice to protect you and your family. That's coming up again at 7:15 this morning.
First, to check out the forecast as we kick off Friday on a chilly note. You're looking at live pictures outside right now. All eyes on your trick-or-treating forecast, and we're tracking that and this morning as well. Well, 7 o'clock, thank you so much for joining us on this Friday, October 28th. I'm Tom Rogers. I'm
Megan Gilland. Let's check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's got the forecast here, and we talked about trunk or treat this weekend, too. How's it looking?
Yeah, overall, a very nice fall weekend, guys, and we're staying dry, too. We do have a few showers that we have to get through on Monday during Halloween and could lead into the trick-or-treating as well. As we take a quick look outside from our Towson camera, Mile 1 Auto Group cam, just a few clouds out there. Overall, a very nice start. Still about 30 minutes away from the sun coming up, and temperatures 39 in Frederick, but most of us are in the 40s for Westminster and Cockeysville over to Bel Air. We're at 46 in Baltimore City, 52 in Annapolis by the water. So morning drive looks like this, mid to upper 40s. Mr. Bose says we are good to go, possibly needing the bun warmers here if you got them this morning. Upper 50s and even a few lower 60s across Carroll and Baltimore counties for your highs this afternoon. So overall, a little bit below average. Those numbers do warm up, though, as we head into Saturday and Sunday, and we'll take a closer look at that coming up in a few minutes.
What we're looking to do is really showcase a city who's moving in the right direction. Not saying Baltimore's got it all figured out.
City leaders across America descending on Baltimore this week, hoping for a lesson in limiting crime. Violent crime is up this year, but Baltimore is seeing recent success in few other areas.
The number of carjackings is down after a spike early this year. Robberies and burglaries also on the decline. U.S. Attorney Eric Barron committed to an Al Capone-style prosecution strategy this summer, saying repeat offenders will be prosecuted for any and all wrongdoing. One law enforcement expert says a stronger police presence is just deterring some of those crimes as well.
I would attribute it partly to the more aggressive stance the Baltimore City Police Department has taken with collecting guns off the street, putting that in motion, the reassignment of officers to do that, and also the partnership with the federal government.
Former FBI agent Tyrone Powers says it's too early to see the full impact of Barron's directives, but he thinks the results have been encouraging so far.
New developments are popping up across Baltimore. Earlier this week, the transformed Lexington Market opened its doors, and here this morning, just a couple of hours from now, a new Topgolf in downtown Baltimore will be opening to the public.
But in the areas that we're seeing these new developments, we're also seeing crime.
That's right. Olivia Dance joining us live now from the new Topgolf with more. Olivia.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And in just a few hours, this new Topgolf here in downtown Baltimore will open its doors to the public for the very first time. But experts are concerned that people will be too scared to even come here. The new Topgolf, which is located near the stadiums, is supposed to be a key part of the city's planned Warner Street Entertainment District. A hotel and concert hall are also planned for the area. But the Baltimore Police Department's crime map shows dozens of crimes around the area, from robberies to burglaries and assaults. Economists say all this development can help the city, but only if we can get a handle on the crime.
To really have the most number of people be in the arena, and therefore generate the most economic impact and most tax-based effects for the city of Baltimore, public safety, right? There's too much anxiety among many people in terms of coming to the city, including downtown. If we can address that anxiety by improving the public safety outcomes, this city will be on the march forward once again. But it takes more than beautiful buildings. It also takes a public that's willing to be entertained in the city, and not enough people are willing to do that right now, given the public safety issues.
This past weekend was violent in Baltimore, with 11 people shot from Friday through Sunday. And just last night, a man was shot in Hamden. He's still recovering as police search for the suspects. And earlier this week, the transformed Lexington Market opened its doors. That area has also seen lots of crime. So while there is lots of excitement around the opening of this new Topgolf, crime continues to be a shadow hanging over the city. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, Olivia, thank you. Meanwhile, the German Christmas Village is returning to the Inner Harbor next month. This is another area where we have seen rising crime. Back in May, a 17-year-old was killed and a teenage girl was injured at the Inner Harbor Amphitheater. And in March, just a few blocks from the Inner Harbor, another double shooting happened, killing a man.
Well, continuing coverage this morning, a teenager is in custody accused of shooting and killing a 14-year-old Travis Slaughter right near Milford Mill Academy last month. According to Baltimore County Police, a 17-year-old suspect is being held in a Baltimore County detention center. That teen is not being identified at this time.
Fox 45 News has been covering youth crime for months. In Baltimore City, the murder of Mervo's Jeremiah Brogdon at dismissal. That actually happened the same day that Travis Slaughter was killed. A 15-year-old squeegee kid is accused of shooting and killing Timothy Reynolds near the Inner Harbor. Next month, we know a judge will decide whether he will be charged as an adult.
Well, in June, Baltimore police arrested a 15-year-old Howard County boy in connection with the shooting death of another teen at the Inner Harbor over Memorial Day weekend. And then in May, you remember a 16-year-old was charged with shooting death of 30-year-old Marco Nunez. That shooting happened outside a busy Fells Point bar.
For Mayor Brandon Scott to announce the results of the Squeegee Collaborative. The date was set during the police consent decree hearing earlier this week. The collaborative has been meeting since July, but has refused to allow cameras to record public sessions. Fox 45 News reached out to the mayor's office to confirm the date, but they would only say the announcement will come soon.
Well, turning now to counties under pressure. In Harford County, the sheriff's office releasing information about a deputy-involved shooting that seriously wounded a man. It happened around 4:30 yesterday. Police saying they responded to a call for someone in mental distress. The release claims that William Hawkins moved toward police with a gun and refused to listen to commands when deputies then opened fire. The Maryland Attorney General's office is now investigating.
Harford County schools are in the midst of a heated debate over gender identity and its impact on student locker rooms. State Senator Bob Casserly wrote a letter to the Harford County School Board last month expressing one family's concern that a student changed for gym class with another student who now identifies with a different gender than at birth. Harford County officials say the school system follows state rules on non-discrimination and gender identity.
I will say that I am appalled at this district's and BOE directive that boys can be in girls' bathrooms and locker rooms and vice versa.
As a taxpayer, I am glad that Harford County Public Schools has decided to follow settled law by providing safe spaces for transgender and gender nonconforming students to change and be themselves in peace.
According to state guidelines, schools are advised to give students access to the locker room of the gender they identify with and provide alternative spaces for students who want more privacy than a shared space can offer. We are just hours away from the release of the Fed's preferred inflation report, which is going to play a critical role in next week's meetings over whether to keep raising interest rates and by how much.
Yeah, Taylor Stewart is in our live center this morning as we wait on the
Yeah, that's right. Taking a live look here over New York City this morning as concern is growing on Wall Street that the Fed could push another substantial interest rate hike next week. The Dow, S&P, and NASDAQ all lower in pre-markets. And the Dow had a good run this week, though, up 1,700 points since last Friday, but that's more than 5%. Core inflation, that's everything except for food and energy, is expected to increase by 5.2% compared to September of last year. Now, for comparison, core inflation in August was up to 4.9 year to year. Economists say a higher reading today would be a sign we're seeing costs accelerate across a wider swath of categories. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen sharing some positivity, though, about the economy.
I don't see signs of a recession in this economy at this point.
But she also says inflation will take time to recede, and getting those prices down could take several years. We'll let you know what the inflation report shows when it drops right here at the Live Center at 8:30. That's the latest. Tom, Megan.
All right, Taylor, thank you. It's the best kind of Purple Friday here for Ravens fans coming off a big win last night.
Yeah, after a slow start and a couple miscues there where Justin Tucker even had a block kick. They started out their second half, though, scoring touchdowns on 3 straight possessions, surge and commanding lead that would not relinquish, downing Tampa and Tom Brady, probably crying again, 27-22. It's consecutive W's for the first time since last November.
And this moment is going viral here this morning. Somehow a fan sign saying, Ravens pay Lamar now. It got down to the field, and you know who found it? You see it. Lamar Jackson. He held it high over his head, got a Sharpie. He signed it for the fan.
Another viral moment from the game, Buccaneers linebacker and Baltimore native Shaq Barrett doing the Ray Lewis celebration dance. You see it right there, yeah. After sacking Lamar in the second quarter.
You know he was practicing that, too. We were watching that at home thinking he was hoping to do that and waiting for the moment. Unfortunately, he's not getting the last laugh.
He could have got it a couple times, though. He could have done that dance in the game, because didn't he sack him like 3 times, I think?
Is that how many?
Yeah.
Man, they came back in the second half. Justin, we're going to bring you into this. What do you think about this moment in the game?
Well, I love it. I love it's an homage. I mean, it's, you know, I know it's the other team, but he's from Baltimore, so of course, you know, he loves Ray Lewis. But I got to tell you, if Isaiah plays, it is likely we get the win. 12 catches, 144 and a TD. Isaiah Likely, the rookie, is doing very well, and it's nice to see the Ravens right there in first place at the AFC North. And, guys, they don't play again until next Monday night in New Orleans, and then they have a bye week.
It's a long time. It made me think, have you seen the Likely memes going around? Likely 80, and it's like, you know, how many days till my kids will behave? Likely 80. So that's a big thing right now, trending all over.
I've not seen that. I'll check it out.
Different receivers, though. That was great. That was just great. Brochet had some catches there. But nothing for Rashad. He had no catches.
Bateman, and we still have some guys out, too. So in a week, a little over a week, we might see some more players in action.
Yep, absolutely.
Likely 80.
Right. Temperatures are chilly this morning. No doubt about that on our...
Yeah, we'll get to you in a little bit, though. We just want to talk football this time.
Okay.
Yeah.
To be continued.
It's the spookiest time of the year. But the Maryland Zoo isn't trying to scare you right now.
This morning, for our hometown hotspot, Amy Aronson getting a preview of the annual Zoo Boo event. Amy, this is always fun.
Always a fun event. It's actually the 39th annual Zoo Boo, which is incredible. But I want to start you off with something else that's not spooky at all and very incredible. I don't know if the camera does this justice, but we are catching an incredible sunrise here from the Maryland Zoo this morning. Sunrise officially coming up at 7:30. And at that point, we actually are going to find out more about Zoo Boo, all the activities they have planned for this year, all the trick-or-treating that's going to happen here, and how the animals plan to get involved in this weekend's festivities. So that's all coming up actually at 7:24. We're going to be talking with Colleen and finding out more about what you can expect here at the Maryland Zoo this weekend. Back to you guys.
All right, sounds good. Thank you, Amy. Here's a look at the stories making your headlines this hour. In today's Maryland's Most Wanted, how you can help track down the man wanted for allegedly killing an MTA bus driver, and the cash reward now available.
We are seeing kids with 3 and even 4 viruses all at the same time. And I've never seen that in 40 years.
A triple threat, and not in a good way. We're going to speak to a doctor about the concerns surrounding flu season, cold season, COVID season, you name it. 7:12 now, and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
It is 7:15. The term triple-demic has been trending this week, and it sounds terrifying, but what does it really mean? And I think what we all care about is this a threat to our family? This morning, Dr. Jason Custer, a pediatrician at the University of Maryland School of Medicine, who also directs the Pediatric Intensive Care Unit at the University of Maryland Children's Hospital, is joining us live to weigh in, set the record straight. Dr. Custer, thank you so much for joining us.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
We're hearing children's hospitals are at capacity right now. Is this because of the triple-demic, and exactly what is that?
Well, what we're seeing, we have multiple viruses circulating in our communities right now. Those include RSV, influenza, parainfluenza, and rhinoenterovirus. We've been worried for the last couple of years about COVID. Thankfully, that is low right now in the pediatric population, but as many as 4 viruses right now in our communities.
Is this because we masked our kids the last few years and they weren't susceptible to some of those viruses that you named?
We certainly saw in that winter of 2020 and 2021 that we saw less of these viruses, particularly RSV. And so now we have a population of children who never have seen RSV. So their immune system is not primed and ready to fight it off. And so that RSV may be a bit more severe this year and spreading more quickly in our communities.
We keep hearing reports that hospitals are at capacity. Again, I know you work in the pediatric unit. What are you seeing?
Well, we certainly are. We have been at capacity or above capacity for the last 6 to 7 weeks, seeing patients with very long wait times in emergency departments waiting to get into our pediatric ICU. We're seeing doctors' offices inundated. So what I would say to families is please communicate with your pediatrician. Please understand what the risks are for your children. And don't send them to school or to daycare if they're sick, because that will help us counteract the spread of these viruses.
As a mom of 2 younger kids, when you hear RSV, especially in the really young ones, you hear how dangerous that can be. When do we need to go to the hospital? When do we need to call you?
You're right. RSV can be very dangerous in the smaller children. So what we want to be looking for are babies and infants, toddlers who are breathing fast and hard. Maybe they're not eating as well as they typically would. Maybe they're not as interactive with us as they would be. So just a fever and a runny nose, you don't need to rush off to the emergency department. You can handle that at home. But what I would say is contact your pediatrician. Understand the risk of your own children. They can help you understand when you need to seek emergency.
All right. Dr. Custer, thank you so much for your time this morning, and we appreciate all you're doing.
Thank you. Stay safe out there.
Thanks.
All right, well, now it's time to get another check with the guy that's right here with me.
Yeah.
Nice tie, by the way.
Thanks. Yeah, good to go. Happy Friday, everybody.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers, if anybody under there is still under their rock and does not know who this celebrity is.
How could that? Everybody knows this guy.
I don't know about that. Hey, it's National Chocolate Day, though.
Yeah.
Which is kind of cool.
So you brought some chocolate?
Did not. But I brought sourdough toast.
You did? It was delicious.
And that was delightful.
And you brought chocolate last week, right? Is that your Halloween candy that you were
was my
sharing?
Halloween candy. But don't worry. We'll have some more next week, hopefully, if the kids don't eat it all. I mean, that's what we're talking about, right? We're talking about a nice weekend. Maybe you're doing trunk or treat in certain spots, corn mazes, all sorts of great festivals going on. They were going to have Fells Fest this weekend. It's actually now next weekend, so we get that to look forward to as well. Weather headlines looking good. We have seen a few clouds that are out there right now. Our temperatures are in the mid-40s, and we're heading to the upper 50s and lower 60s under partly cloudy skies for the afternoon.
7:24, and it's said to be the spookiest time of the year.
Celebrate Halloween in the fall season at the Maryland Zoo. This morning for our hometown hotspot, Amy Aronson getting a preview of the annual Zoo Boo event. Amy, good morning.
Good morning. I think this is the level of spookiness that I can handle this weekend. I'm here with Colleen Birch, and we are getting the full scoop on everything that's going to be happening here at this annual event. 39 annual years, right?
39 annual years. That's right.
So another reason to come out. It's been happening for a while. You guys have it down to a system. You have something for all ages and lots of hands-on activities for the kids too if you're looking for a good Halloween activity this weekend.
That's right. Yep. So Zoo Boo is from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. this Saturday and Sunday. Lots of safe and free trick-or-treating. Zoo Boo is included with zoo admission, so your admission or your ticket or your membership. Costume contest. BGE has a whole bunch of electric vehicles for their Touch a Truck program. A not so spooky hay maze, some crafts for the kids, magicians, and a puppet show. Also, our dinosaurs are here as well.
So there's a ton happening, but also just the animals that, of course, live here and reside here. It's getting cooler out, but will they be joining the festivities?
So yes, yes, you can absolutely tour the zoo. That is included with the ticket. We do have a few ambassadors the first part of the morning, so from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. With lots of maybe some creepy crawlies.
Perfect for the weekend festivities, right? Okay, cool. So I know later this morning we're actually going to head in the zoo and get a preview of some of the exhibits ourselves, but also learn more about the crafts and the activities you guys are going to be doing here this weekend.
Yep, that's right. Our education department has put together some super fun stuff for the kids that are inside the zoo. So I think you get a sneak peek on what they're providing.
Okay, cool. Well, we're looking forward to that. If you all want more information on how you can come out to Zoo Boo this weekend, we've got all the information up on our website. Head over to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. Tom, Megan?
Yeah, thank you, Amy. We're looking forward to seeing some of those animals.
Yes.
Yeah. Chilly day in Baltimore, but what we can expect Halloween. Meteorologist Justin Chambers breaking it all down for us in his full Weather Authority forecast.
Election day is just around the corner, and this weekend candidates are ramping up their campaigns. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, all details about the biggest events.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us on this Friday, October 28th. I'm Megan Gillen.
I'm Tom Rogers. Yeah, football last night. Amazon Prime pregame show. It's a little odd.
I'm still dealing with the pauses every now and then on our
pauses,
TV.
the streaming pauses. Ed Norris from the 107 Fan popped in there for a little while there. We were thinking, all right, I still have no idea what he said. It was so quick, but at least he showed up there. They were saying Baltimore-based radio analysis and sportscasters, and then boom, Norris pops up, and then he's gone. So that was it. But
let's bring meteorologist Justin Chambers into this. At the end of all of it, we got a Ravens win.
Absolutely, yeah. Victory Friday is what we're talking about. Enjoying the weekend, guys. And taking a look at a chillier start this morning. Numbers are not too bad. Right side of your screen, where you can see that beautiful sunrise. If you have a moment to take a look at your TV screen right now, sun rising over the Inner Harbor and the Eastern Shore as we speak. Numbers are mainly in the 40s. We've got some 30s in Eldersburg, but 43 your number in Cockeysville and Hunt Valley, also in Essex and Middle River, 45 in Brooklyn Park. So numbers will stay in the mid to upper 40s over the next couple of hours on your morning drive. As Mr. Bo says, we are good to go. Should top out at 62 today, back to the 40s tomorrow morning, and actually just a little bit warmer on Saturday. We'll take a closer look at the weekend forecast, including Halloween for trick-or-treating. It's all coming up. Tom.
All right, thank you, Justin. Now to your Len Stoller Traffic Network, and taking a look at some of the cameras here. Look at this. No matter which camera you take around the Baltimore region, they all look about the same. Traffic's starting to pick up in the usual spots, but everybody else are moving along just fine. Early voting underway in Maryland as residents across the state began casting their ballots yesterday morning. Early voting centers again open up this morning at 7. They go until 8 tonight through November 3rd.
This weekend is going to be an important one for the candidates as it's one of their final pushes before the election.
Olivia Dance is joining us live from downtown Baltimore with a big name coming to Baltimore to help campaign. Olivia?
Good morning, and yeah, it's definitely going to be a busy campaign weekend. On Saturday, Vice President Kamala Harris will be here in Baltimore to attend an event with several Democratic candidates. The Vice President will be joined by gubernatorial candidate Wes Moore, as well as Senator Chris Van Hollen. But Republican gubernatorial candidate Dan Cox is also holding back-to-back campaign rallies on Friday and Saturday. And the race for governor is hotly contested. A recent debate showed that the two candidates have very different views.
How would you use your position as governor to impact and improve public safety in places like Baltimore City, Prince George's County, other places where we're seeing crime on the rise?
Yeah, we'd make sure that we're working in partnership with our local jurisdictions.
Well, number one, we wouldn't defund the police, which is what my opponent has sought to do.
How do you feel about the union supporting your opponent?
It's just politics. It's okay because the officers support me and the sheriff support me, so we're good.
Dan Cox's event on Friday is at 12:30 in Hampstead, and the location of Wes Moore's event with the vice president has not been released yet. But a new poll released by the Baltimore Sun and the University of Baltimore shows that Moore has maintained a sizable lead over Cox. The poll shows Moore with 58% of the vote, Cox with only 27% of the vote. 6% of those polled were undecided, and third-party candidates make up the rest. The poll's margin of error is plus or minus 3.1 percentage points. You can also visit our website at FOX45.com for more information on this latest poll, as well as this weekend's event. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Be sure to check out, though, the Fox 45 voter guide for all of our reporting on the upcoming midterm election. Point to your camera right there at the screen on that QR code, and it will take you straight there. If you don't like QR codes, I get it. Go to foxbaltimore.com/vote2022.
It is 7:34. The search is on for the man accused of gunning down an MTA bus driver in Baltimore.
Yeah, federal agents have joined the hunt for a man accused of sexually abusing a child.
Alexa Ashwell has this week's Maryland's Most Wanted.
Investigators say this man, Leon Douglas Hill, shot and killed MTA bus driver Elaine Jackson as she was getting off work in South Baltimore more than a week ago. He remains on the run. Court records show a peace order was filed against Hill and temporarily granted 4 days before Jackson's murder. Jackson was shot multiple times outside of the South Baltimore Operations Division the evening of October 18th. Days later, police named Hill as a suspect in her murder. Anyone with any information into his whereabouts is asked to contact Baltimore police. Crimes against children are often thought to be the most heinous acts. That's why the U.S. Marshal Service is asking for your help in locating this man, Samuel Spencer Coates. August 2021, South Baltimore.
911, what's the address of the emergency?
A mother calls police to report any parent's nightmare. Her daughter had told her she had been sexually abused by a man the family trusted.
This is an innocent young girl, a victim.
The victim, 10 years old, and the suspect, according to investigators, this man, Samuel Spencer Coates, 34 years old and from Baltimore.
A crime involving a child, to me, is one of the worst crimes that you can commit.
Investigators say the child was allowed to stay at Coates' home here in Curtis Bay. The mother detailing he had agreed to take her to the pool the next morning, but who she thought was a trusted male figure turned into an accused predator.
Mr. Coates allegedly inappropriately touched a 10-year-old minor child.
Matthew Silverman is a chief deputy with the U.S. Marshal Service. He says attempts to locate Coates have been unsuccessful, and law enforcement fears there could be other past or future victims.
Coates needs to be taken off the street, not just for this offense, but what happens if there's more people just like this out there?
More young lives that could potentially be forever impacted. Coates, investigators say, is likely still in the Baltimore region.
This is where his family is, this is where his friends are, and this is where he's from. So without a doubt, I believe that he's still in this area.
The search intensifying as time passes.
Bringing Coates in will ensure that this does not happen to anybody else. Children should not be victims of crimes, especially a crime such as this.
Take a good look. Coates stands at about 6'3" and weighs approximately 170 pounds. If you have any information about his whereabouts, you're asked to contact the U.S. Marshal Service. The tip line number right here, 1-877-WANTED-2. Or you can contact agents directly. The number right here, 202-819-5058. Remember, you can always remain anonymous, and you could earn a reward. I'm Alexa Ashwell, and this is Maryland's Most Wanted.
Thank you, Alexa. Still, stay right here with Fox 45 Morning News. We're going to look further into peace orders in today's Fox Undercover. That's coming up in about 10 minutes. ATF turns over its findings in the deadly vacant house fire that killed 3 firefighters this morning. Why some families think it's still not enough.
And the bird is the word, according to Elon Musk, who the billionaire had booted from the company immediately following his takeover, according to some sources.
Chillier day in Baltimore, too, but we are expecting warmer temperatures coming early next week. Meteorologist Justin Chambers breaking it all down for us in his scary full weather authority forecast. Even though it's absolutely gorgeous outside right now, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Elon Musk is taking over Twitter and immediately cleaning house. Now, this is according to two unnamed sources familiar with the deal.
We want to check in with Taylor Stewart at our live center this morning with what we're hearing this morning. Taylor, what's going on?
Well, take a look at this. Elon Musk has already changed his byline in his Twitter to Chief Twit. And we're looking at this tweet here. The bird is free, tweeted 7 hours ago with 1.2 million likes. Now, Elon Musk reportedly fired several top executives, including the CEO, already. Now, he had until today to complete that $44 billion purchase or go to court against the company. The big question now is, though, what does that mean for Twitter users? Now, according to Musk, we may all see some changes very soon.
Be just very reluctant to delete things, just be very cautious with permanent bans. Timeouts, I think, are better.
Former President Donald Trump, arguably one of the most prominent figures banned from the platform. Musk has said he plans to rethink Twitter's content moderation policies and services and maximizing their approach to free speech. Now, Musk spent months trying to figure out this deal, initially citing the bots on the platform as a top concern. Many speculate that he will end up advertising on the platform to make his billions back, which could lead to Twitter becoming a subscription-based service. That's the latest here from the live desk. Megan, Tom, back to you.
Thank you, Taylor. MTA bus driver shot and killed, and police say the incident is an act of domestic violence. In today's Fox Undercover, we're speaking with an expert on the case, the pros and cons of peace orders.
And staying safe on the spookiest night of the year. Still ahead, how to trick or treat responsibly. 7:42 now, and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Baltimore police are searching for this man here, Leon Hill. They say he shot his ex-girlfriend, Elaine Jackson, as she was at work getting ready to drive an MTA bus. Police say she had filed a peace order against Hill just days before they were expected to go into court. Now, joining us now for this week's Fox Undercover, former police commissioner, current talk show host Ed Nars. Ed, domestic violence, restraining orders, another report now of a woman, mainly women are the ones that are here, being hurt or killed even after they filed these peace orders. What's to stop this?
It's very difficult to stop these. I mean, the peace orders, they work. They work many times, but sometimes, again, domestic violence is different. This isn't like a crime for profit. These are crimes of passion. Passions run high. People do things that they ordinarily wouldn't do, and they're not going to pay attention to a piece of paper very often if they're that upset. And unfortunately, sometimes things like this happen despite peace orders, despite even police intervention.
Do they, for some suspects, then, do they escalate the situation?
I don't know if they escalate it, but some just disregard it. Because for a lot of people, if you're just a basic law-abiding citizen, you've had a fight, you've had some kind of breakup with a spouse or a girlfriend or whatever, then they get your attention. Now you got law enforcement involved. You can be locked up if you violate it. Usually gets people's attention. Sometimes it does not. And unfortunately, in the gravest of extremes, like you saw here, this is what happens.
Well, you say domestic violence. You've said also when you were a commissioner or even police officer in New York, you were talking about how whenever you hear that call come out on the radio, it's very dangerous.
It's dangerous for everybody. It's dangerous for the people being assaulted in the apartment or home or whatever. It's also dangerous for the police because, as I said, these are emotional instances. And what happens very often for the police when they respond, you'll have a man beating his spouse or his girlfriend or whatever. And then when the police just try to apprehend the man or get him under control, put handcuffs on him, the woman turns on him, and now you're fighting two people. And it gets very dangerous for the police in these cases. So they're very, very dangerous situations. I just don't know if people take it as seriously as they should.
Well, a story like this, though, local story here in Baltimore, a horrible ending to it here. And now you have the Jackson family. So when you see somebody, though, what do you tell the people that are going, you know what, I'm not even going to bother filing a peace order or a restraining order because something like this is just going to happen?
Well, because you need to get it on record. Because if it does, escalate, at least you've got something that you've talked to the police, you've talked to a court commissioner, you've got something on record. Because this does not happen often. What happens is sometimes people don't stop they don't stop what they're doing. So you want to put a stop to it. If you have a record of this, you can more easily.
All right, get it on record. Ed Norris, thank you so much. You can always hear Ed every morning, Monday through Friday on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan from 6 to 10 a.m.
The famous Ed Norris, who was on Amazon Prime last night for the Ravens game, of course, talking about the purple flock. I'm sure they're talking about the post-game stuff this morning over there on the radio as well. Our live cam right now, good morning to you in Towson. I'm going to step out and let you take this one in. If you have a moment to glance at your TV screen, check this shot out. Man, that is just awesome. Love when the sun can do that with those beautiful halos right there. I see your halo. It's a good song from Beyonce. Mile One Auto Group cam, thank you for that shot. 46 your temperature right now in Towson. It's cooler than it was yesterday at this time, so you'll definitely need at least a jacket as you head out. But heading out to Towson in the next hour will be in the upper 40s. By noon today, if you want to do lunch outdoors, kind of that fall chill in the air with numbers in the upper 50s by lunchtime and into the upper 50s and lower 60s for a lot of us for that 2 and 3 o'clock hour for this afternoon. In fact, our high of 62 just slightly below average for late October. We'll see a mix of clouds and sun. We are going to see a little bit more cloud cover as we get to the later part of the afternoon and evening time. So just be aware of that, kind of more of an onshore flow, which I'll talk about here in just a second with our future scan. Temperatures across central Maryland. Upper 50s from Frederick and Westminster over to Cockeysville, 57 in Bel Air, 62 in Baltimore City this afternoon, right about 59 in Annapolis. And basically up and down the East Coast, we'll see those numbers in those 50s and lower 60s. Heading down the ocean at 61 today, 56 in Cumberland. Great day to fly, pilots. Another one where a little bit of that northeast breeze will have to give you some crosswind component this afternoon. But overall, looking at mainly VFR conditions. Now, we are going to see the clouds roll in later today, and that could lower those ceilings a little bit. But by tomorrow, more of that northerly wind will help to flush out that cloud cover and bring us mostly sunny skies. That's going to continue for the first part of Sunday. Then look at all those clouds returning on Sunday afternoon and evening. You'll start to see just a couple of light showers here and there, and most of the models are kind of backing off in terms of the moisture that we're looking for on Monday. So even though we might see a few raindrops here and there, it'll be overcast for trick-or-treating, but we're not looking at any major downpours, anything like that. So that's good news. This is a great shot from our friend in Perry Hall, Renee. That is Rosie Marie. If you look closely at that pumpkin, carved out as a paw, a big paw print right there. So thank you, Renee, for sending that. We love that you watch the show and enjoy us and the Halloween pet pics. I sure am enjoying them, so keep them coming. All right, here's our 7-day forecast. 60s throughout the weekend, upper 60s on Monday to wrap up the month of October. And then look at those lower 70s into Tuesday and Wednesday next week for the first week of November. Looking pretty darn good. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Countdown is on. We are less than 3 days out from the scariest, spookiest night of the year. Although Halloween is a time for trick-or-treaters, Fox 45 News, Morning News wants to help you and your kids stay safe. Yeah, one Maryland group actually is looking to make Halloween more accessible this year.
Check this out. A wheelchair boxing costume that was unveiled last Halloween. We know Harford County volunteers are meeting today to help kids with wheelchairs find a perfect fit for them. And this year's costumes, by the way, we're getting word they include Santa's sleigh, a safari jeep, Ravens players, and more.
Yeah, things are getting spooky at the National Aquarium with the return of Baltimore's favorite underwater Halloween tradition. Aquarium divers joined beloved sea creatures to carve out some pumpkins while the animals enjoyed the leftover snacks that kind of floated off in the water. This year's pumpkin carvings depict a friendly fish and a sawfish. See the sawfish right there?
It's very impressive. Well, a doctor from the Cleveland Clinic has some tips on safe trick-or-treating. He says go trick-or-treating during the day when it's easier to see the children. If you do go at night, they recommend using a flashlight or glow stick so that drivers are better able to spot the children. They're also suggesting that parents make sure their kids' costumes are easy to walk in so they don't trip. And remember, candy should never be consumed. Or should be consumed in moderation. This is what I tell my kids. You're not supposed to eat it. I should eat it.
I gotta eat it.
Yeah. Well, we want to see your decorations, your costumes, your candy pics. You can share them with us. Even fall foliage. We love seeing those as well. Those photos, those videos. You just might see them on air or online. Head to foxbaltimore.com/chime in to share them.
Now, Baltimore City employees can bank months of paid time off, even cash out some days there. Just ahead this morning, the incredible numbers and what needs to be done, though.
And another win for the Ravens. Still ahead, Lamar Jackson's viral moment that has football fans talking. But first, I think we need a win.
Yeah, well, we need a win. We need to wake up because it's Halloween weekend and we were up late last night watching football. What's the best thing to do besides chocolate for the next morning?
Coffee break.
Coffee break time. Little pick me up on this Friday morning, and we're talking about a spoiler alert because one of the biggest shows on TV is So Baltimore this morning.
Be More lifestyle host Mark Clark joining us live now with the one-on-one interview with the latest Masked Singer contestant to go home. Again, here's our spoiler alert.
That's right, spoiler alert. We said it 5 times.
Yeah.
Okay. So Cat Graham got eliminated. Jerry Springer, he got eliminated. He said it was really cool though to see how the show works.
Well, when the Masked Singer, when the producers first called and asked, they said you can't tell anyone, but of course you can tell your wife. So I asked Mickey, and she says, "Have they ever heard you sing?" So it was kind of like a shock, but it's just a fun thing to do. And I have to say, all the people involved in it, they were so nice, so professional.
So weird. It seems like he should have had a talk show, right?
Yeah, and then we would cheer for him.
Yeah.
Chant his name.
That's kind of neat he did
Jerry.
it. I'm surprised he did it. I feel like, I don't know, he should just be relaxing, enjoying his time off.
I mean, a politician, talk show host, and now, a dancer. But he said he was just the filler for the dancer. So
would you guys do it? Would you ever do it?
Oh, yeah.
Masked Singer? Yeah.
I'm terrible at singing, so I'd go home right away. But I love the whole idea of it. What about you?
What would Megan be? I'm trying to think. Megan would be like a princess.
Princess,
I was going to say a crab, like the Maryland crab. But a princess would be great.
Well, Tom obviously.
I was going to say jelly bean, packed with a lot of energy,
A jelly bean.
Tom would obviously be
Well, let's move on to the next one.
What are you going to say?
We got to talk about baseball.
We might come back to that in the commercial break. Thank you, Mark.
Turn back quick.
What could it be?
Well, the Phillies and Astros kicking off the World Series tonight in Texas, and you can watch it right here. Now, next hour, we're making predictions on who will be coming out on top. Watch that at Fox 45 tonight. Go Phillies.
Baltimore's opening today. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up here, why experts worry that crime will overshadow this new development.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Oh, Fox 45 now. Here we go. Come on now. Zoo Boo. We are live this morning at the Maryland Zoo in Baltimore, counting down to Halloween. Zoo inviting everyone this weekend celebrate their spookiest time of the year. Coming up about 15 minutes, Amy Aronson will be joining us live from the zoo with a preview of the Zoo Boo. And yeah, what a great way to start out your Friday morning.
Did he just spit out at us?
Maybe.
It's kind of gross.
He's excited. No.
Yeah.
He's happy.
Why not?
Yeah. He's like, excited to be here on a Friday morning and hanging out with the crew from Fox 45. Well, thank you for waking up with us. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Taylor Stewart.
Yeah, and okay, Zuba, are you dressing up at all this year for Halloween?
You know, it's been a year. I don't know, Tom. I don't know anymore. I thought I was, but I don't know if I have time to get it all together. What about you?
No, not at all. I'm the guy at the door. All right, kids, keep moving. All right, kids, keep moving. Yeah.
What about you, Justin?
Yeah, we're doing Toy Story, Woody and Jess.
Nice.
Yep, absolutely.
That makes sense.
So we'll see what happens, see how it goes, but maybe you'll get a picture. But looking at outside right now, it's a little chilly here this morning. Definitely cooler than how we started yesterday morning. You can see the sun is now up, just a few clouds hanging around. Now, as we head later into the afternoon, we are expecting to get a little bit more cloud cover rolling in, but temperatures are hanging in the 40s for Cockeysville and Towson, straight down the JFX to Baltimore City at 46. Same number for you in Dundalk, and mid-40s for Essex over to Middle River, even upper 30s in Eldersburg at this hour. If you want to get some of the leaves raked up, the yard and gardening cast looking like this, mid to upper 50s and lower 60s as we head toward the afternoon. A great day to really be outdoors. Not as much wind, but again, we'll have that mix of clouds and sun, and high of right about 62 officially. Back with your full forecast, including what we can expect for the entire weekend and Halloween afternoon and evening on Monday.
What we're looking to do is really showcase a city who's moving in the right direction. Not saying Baltimore's got it all figured out.
City leaders all across America are descending on Baltimore this week, hoping for a lesson in limiting crime. Violent crime is up this year, but Baltimore is seeing recent success in few other areas.
That's right. The number of carjackings is down after a spike earlier this year. Robberies and burglaries also down. U.S. Attorney Eric Berne committed to an Al Capone-style prosecution strategy this summer, saying repeat offenders will be prosecuted for any and all wrongdoing. One law enforcement expert says strong police presence is deterring some of those crimes.
I would attribute it partly to the more aggressive stance the Baltimore City Police Department has taken with collecting guns off the street, putting that in motion, the reassignment of officers to do that, and also the partnership with the federal government.
As former FBI agent Tyrone Power is also saying that it's too early to see the full impact of Barron's directives, but he thinks the results have been encouraging so far.
We're following those new developments that are coming up across Baltimore. Earlier this week, the transformed Lexington Market opened its doors, and this morning a new Topgolf in downtown Baltimore will open to the public.
Yeah, but in the areas that we are seeing those new developments, we're also seeing crime. Olivia Dance is joining us live from the new Topgolf with a whole lot more. Olivia.
Good morning, and yeah, that's exactly right. In just a couple hours, this new Topgolf here in downtown Baltimore will open its doors to the public for the very first time, and it actually looks like they're starting to set up right now. But experts are concerned that people will be too scared to even come here. The new Topgolf, which is located near the stadiums, is supposed to be a key part of the city's planned Warner Street Entertainment District. A hotel and concert hall are also planned for the area, but the Baltimore Police Department's crime map shows dozens of crimes around the area, from robberies to burglaries and assaults. And economists say all this development can help the city, but only if we can get a handle on the crime.
To really have the most number of people be in the arena, and therefore generate the most economic impact and most tax-based effects for the city of Baltimore, public safety, right? There's too much anxiety among many people in terms of coming to the city, including downtown. If we can address that anxiety by improving the public safety outcomes, this city will be on the march forward once again. But it takes more than beautiful buildings. It also takes a public that's willing to be entertained in the city, and not enough people are willing to do that right now, given the public safety issues.
This past weekend was violent in Baltimore, with 11 people shot from Friday through Sunday. And just last night, a man was shot in Hamden. He's still recovering as police search for the suspects. And earlier this week, the transformed Lexington Market opened its doors. That area has also seen lots of crime. So while there is lots of excitement around the opening of this new Topgolf, crime continues to be a shadow hanging over the city. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Meanwhile, the German Christmas Village returning to the Inner Harbor next month. It's another area where we have seen rising crime. Now, remember, in May, a 17-year-old was killed. A teen girl was injured. and then to Inner Harbor Amphitheater. Then in March, just a few blocks from the Inner Harbor, another double shooting happened where it ended up killing one man.
Continuing coverage this morning, a teenager is in custody accused of shooting and killing a 14-year-old Travis Slaughter. This happened near Milford Mill Academy last month. According to Baltimore County Police, a 17-year-old suspect is being held at the county detention center. That teen has not been identified at this time.
Well, Fox 45 News has been covering youth crime for months now.
In Baltimore City, the murder of Mervo's Jeremiah Brogdon at dismissal, that actually happened the same day Travis Slaughter was killed. Now, a 15-year-old squeegee kid is also accused of shooting and killing Timothy Reynolds near the Inner Harbor. Next month, the judge will decide whether he'll be charged as an adult.
And in June, Baltimore police arrested a 15-year-old Howard County boy in connection with the shooting death of another teen at the Inner Harbor over Memorial Day weekend. But in May, a 16-year-old was charged with shooting death of 30-year-old Marco Nunez, the bouncer there. That shooting happened right outside a busy Fells Point bar.
Meanwhile, a date has been set for Mayor Brandon Scott to announce the results of the Squeegee Collaborative. The date was set during the police consent decree hearing earlier this week. The collaborative has been meeting since July, but has refused to allow cameras to record those public sessions. Fox 45 News reached out to the mayor's office to confirm that date, but they would only say the announcement will come soon.
Well, coming up in our next half hour, though, it's going to be a busy campaign weekend here in Baltimore. Still to come, where you can find the top Maryland candidates as they are making their final pushes before Election Day. And Elon Musk is taking over Twitter. The sweeping changes he made right away and the plans some people say he has for the future.
Temps are not too bad right now, and they'll get a little bit warmer this afternoon, but a good fall weekend is upon us, folks. We'll be taking a closer look at that coming up in just a few. Stay with us. Just about 8:10 on your Friday morning as we get into Halloween weekend, the final weekend of October as well. Live cam over downtown Baltimore, really pretty shot. You can see the Patapsco looking good and mainly blue skies as well. Clearing up nicely and sunny and a bit breezy as we head toward the afternoon. That's what we're talking about for today's forecast. Numbers over the next few hours will steadily rise, upper 40s and lower 50s. So out for a run or a jog, maybe just an extra layer, but overall won't need much more later today. We'll take a closer look at what we can expect with that weekend forecast in just a few. Tom.
All right, thank you, Justin. It's the best kind of Purple Friday here in Baltimore, and that's because the Ravens waking up victorious.
That's right. After a slow start, they came in firing the second half, scoring touchdowns on 3 straight possessions to surge into a commanding lead they would not relinquish. Downing Tampa 27-22. It's consecutive W's for the first time since last November. Yeah, a lot to celebrate here. Head coach John Harbaugh said the huge turnout by our Ravens fans on the road got them over this finish line.
Well, I just think it was a team effort, and you say team effort, I would kind of include the fans in that too, just an all-around team effort. I mean, we had a lot of fans here. When they shouted the O to start, it sounded like a home game almost. I mean, I don't know what the numbers were, but they were loud and they were into it the whole game, and it really helped us.
Yeah, now the Ravens have an extra long break because they're in prime time again, November 7th. That's a Monday night football game in New Orleans.
And we're loving how all of you guys are showing your support for the Ravens. Take a look at your screen there. On the left, Noelle sent us this picture of Berno supporting the flock. And in the middle here, you can see this is Emma and her doggie, Ellie, both supporting the Ravens there. I love that little jersey. And then on the right side, here's Camden. Caitlin sent us this picture of him enjoying his first Ravens game. Oh, he's a natural fan already. And it was a big warning for the Masked Singer fans, though. We're revealing one of the latest celebrities unmasked. Mark Clark with Be More Lifestyle speaks one-on-one with the latest contestant about what it was like stepping out of his comfort zone.
Months and sometimes years of paid time off for city employees. Now, these benefits, so-called benefits, may actually add tens of millions of dollars to taxpayer liabilities. 8:12 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News All Local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
Now to a city in crisis. Vacation days, sick days, and even cash days coming in the months or even years ahead. Adam Manjewski with Open the Books joins us live now with the paid time off benefits for Baltimore City workers. Good morning, Adam.
Good morning, Taylor.
So let's jump right into this. Just how much paid time off does a city employee get in their first year or first years on the job?
So in their first year, a city employee can accrue up to 39 days of paid time off. By the time they hit their 10-year anniversary, Taylor, they can accrue up to 45 days of paid time off. Now, as you know, 45 days is 9 full weeks where you're paid to stay home. And this has a lot of taxpayer liability. For instance, you can accumulate in bank accounts per employee your vacation time, your sick time. Now, on your personal days, you have to take those or you lose those. So we filed a public information request, a sunshine request with the city to just see how much money taxpayers are on the hook for. They denied the request. They said that the accrued bank accounts for vacation and sick time for each employee at the city is private, personal financial information. Taylor, it's paid for by taxpayers. We're on the hook, we estimate, for up to $300 million in these accounts.
Now, what if city workers don't use that time off? What are taxpayers then on the hook for in this vacation sick? Are we still on the hook for that if they don't use it?
So in your first year, you can accumulate up to 12 vacation days, 12 sick days. You can take 12 holidays and then 3 personal days. Personal days don't have any value. It's use it or lose it. Now, depending on your job classification, for instance, police officers can accrue up to 192 vacation days. You can accrue an unlimited amount of sick days. So you have, at the city level, you have 3,000 employees that have been there for 20 years. Taylor, you have 350 employees that have been there for 40 years. Once you're in with city employment, it sounds like it's a pretty good gig. All we're saying is that if you're going to properly debate the levels of pay, perks, pension benefits, and paid time off, everything has to be on the table. Taxpayers need to be able to see it all.
Now, you did mention a figure. You said upwards of 300. Say that figure again, was 300 million. Where are you gathering that figure based on, that sunshine request not showing anything that we're not able to see what that sick time accrues to? So give us a little idea of how you got to that figure.
Based on the level of benefits and comparing those against other large cities that we've audited at openthebooks.com, it's about a third of 1 full year of payroll. So that roughly 14,000 city employees are paid $1 billion a year. A third of that would be $333 million of accrued value in these sick time, vacation time bank accounts.
8:24 is your time right now. Celebrate Halloween at the 39th annual Zoo Boo.
Now, this is not the zoo at all. We're just showing you. There we go. This is the place you want to go. We want to bring you Amy Aronson, where you can win prizes, play games, dress up as your favorite animal. Amy, so you're having a lot of fun. You're in the zoo by yourself, though, this morning, right?
Yeah, and well, sort of. I'm making some friends here. We're actually in the chimp forest right now, so not really alone. I've made lots of friends here this morning. I'm also joined by Anthony and Aaron, but also, if you turn around, Sean, you'll look who else is joining us. We've got a whole crew here this morning. So, Aaron, what are we seeing behind us here? They're waiting for something, clearly.
Yes, so we have a portion of our chimp troop in the day room right now. They're waiting for a little bit of food being tossed in. And then our youngest is actually waiting for her morning bottle.
Aw, and who is the youngest?
So that is Maisie. She actually just celebrated her 2nd birthday.
Oh my gosh, so cute. And I love how they all kind of interact in here. They seem like they're all getting along, but I was told earlier they've all got their cliques. It's like high school.
Yes, absolutely. So we actually manage our chimp troop just like we would find in the wild. So they do fission fusion. So while we have an entire troop of 15 members, we actually break that up into smaller subtroops, and we know that they're members that they get along with, that they feel safe with and comfortable. And especially for our youngsters, we want them to be in a very safe environment. So yeah, they're very social animals, and this is their day.
And what are they snacking on?
So they're probably getting some mixed nuts. They might be getting a little bit of pumpkin seeds. That's some of their favorite. We also toss in a portion of their diet, so it's going to be fruits and vegetables.
Okay, cool. And really quick, Anthony, this weekend, Zoo Boo, there's going to be lots of activities. Not only can you meet these guys, you can also do hands-on activities.
Yeah, so you can join myself and other mad scientists like me, and we are going to go out and be around the zoo at the Creepy Crawly Corner, our skull graveyard, where you get to try and identify some really cool animal skulls. Cool. And we have our Mad Scientist Lab, where we're going to work with kids to do all sorts of fun experiments that they can then recreate at home, making different slimes, just like some animals in the world make their slimes. Okay. And if you guys are with us, you can pick up one of these cool booklets, and that'll guide you through the whole thing. And then if you have any other questions, it's on our website at marylandzoo.org.
Okay, awesome. And we've also got it up on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. You can get all the details there on Zoo Boo this weekend. Tom, Justin, fun times here at the zoo.
Make your own slime. Slugs, snails, frogs.
Wow.
Something else.
You got them all,
Slugs.
Tom. I love it. Yeah.
All the creepy crawly things.
All right, thanks, Amy. That was awesome. Looking out for our forecast. Our temperatures are not too bad right now. We've got a lot of sunshine. We are tracking some rain for Halloween. We'll take a closer look at that coming up.
And rumor has it, Elon Musk and Twitter finally coming to an agreement. Sources familiar with the deal claim. Coming up, those who are being booted from the company immediately following this takeover. 8:27, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Ravens Nation waking up victorious this morning. Last night, the Ravens took the W over Tom Brady and the Buccaneers in Tampa Bay. Now the flock has a few extra days than normal to relax for the next game on Monday, November 7th.
Good morning to all of you. Thank you for waking up with us on this Friday, October 28th. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Taylor Stewart, and I'm excited for Halloween this weekend and next Monday. It's been spooky in the studio. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, is anything spooky happening with our weather today?
I don't think so.
A couple things in your 7-day.
Yeah, there might be some stuff that we'll be talking about. And, you know, we do have the potential for a little bit of rain, at least for trick-or-treaters on Monday. But overall, this weekend is looking great. Final weekend of October. Lots of sun out there right now from our Towson camera. Mile 1 Auto Group. Sun is shining brightly this hour. 31, your temperature in Cumberland. That's chilly, cold, actually. 39 in Hagerstown. But most of us here along the Chesapeake are in the low to mid-40s. For Westminster to Bel Air, all the way to Baltimore, even Elkton at 42, your number right now. Out and about for the next few hours, upper 40s and eventually lower 50s, and we're going to be on our way to highs in the lower 60s for this afternoon. Great leaf peeping weather, keeping those 60s going into Saturday and Sunday and staying dry for the weekend. Closer look at that forecast. We'll into the weekend as well as Halloween coming up in just a few minutes.
Early voting is already underway in Maryland as residents across the state begin casting their ballots. Early voting centers will be open every day from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. through November 3rd.
This weekend is going to be an important one for the candidates as it's one of their final pushes before the election.
That's right. Olivia Dance joining us live downtown with the big name coming to Baltimore to campaign.
Good morning, and yeah, it's definitely going to be a busy campaign weekend. And on Saturday, Vice President Kamala Harris will be here in Baltimore to attend an event with several Democratic candidates. The Vice President will be joined by gubernatorial candidate Wes Moore, as well as Senator Chris Van Hollen. And Republican gubernatorial candidate Dan Cox is also holding back-to-back campaign rallies on Friday and Saturday. But the race for governor is hotly contested, and a recent debate showed that the two candidates have very different views.
How would you use your position as governor to impact and improve public safety in places like Baltimore City, Prince George's County, other places where we're seeing crime on the rise?
Yeah, we'd make sure that we're working in partnership with our local jurisdictions.
Well, number one, we wouldn't defund the police, which is what my opponent has sought to do.
How do you feel about the union supporting your opponent?
It's just politics. It's okay because the officers support me and the sheriff support me, so we're good.
Dan Cox's event on Friday is at 12:30 in Hampstead, and the location of Wes Moore's event with the vice president has not been released yet, but a new poll released by the Baltimore Sun and the University of Baltimore shows that Moore has maintained a sizable lead over Cox. That poll shows Moore with 58% of the vote, Cox with only 27% of the vote. 6% of those polled were undecided, and third-party candidates make up the rest, but the poll's margin of error is plus or minus 3.1 percentage points. And you can also visit our website at FOX45.com for more information on this latest poll, as well as this weekend's events. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
And be sure to check out the Fox 45 voter guide for all of our reporting on the upcoming general election. Point your phone's camera to the QR code at your screen. It'll take you straight there, or you can head over to foxbaltimore.com/vote2022.
Continuing coverage here this morning, federal investigators have completed their investigation into the January fire on Stricker Street, which took the lives of 3 first responders.
The ATF says it's referred the case to the Baltimore City State's Attorney's Office. A spokesperson declined to say whether or not any charges would be filed or if they had a potential suspect.
This comes as family members of the 3 firefighters are speaking only to Fox 45 News, demanding accountability from city leaders.
We would like the city to be held accountable. And in this case, it wasn't a fire that they stepped into. It was a trap that was already set from the past.
I brought our daughter into this world last month without him, which is completely unfair. They would have had the best time together, and I can only imagine him here with her. We would have drove him insane, but it would have been amazing.
There's just all these things that she's supposed to be here for, and now she's not here to experience any of it.
Maxine Stryker has been reporting on the new initiative to mark vacant homes in order to alert firefighters of their dangers. Her complete coverage is available at foxbaltimore.com.
Now, some of the families of Fox 45 spoke out during a city council hearing on the vacant home problem. This is back in July. Emotions ran high as Councilwoman Odette Ramos was moved to tears by their testimony. At the time, she called on her colleagues to do more to fix the problem.
We have to make sure people are not living next to vacant properties. We have to make sure that our communities are ones that people are proud of. And we have to make sure we don't have more firefighters die. We will do that. I commit that to you. I want to make sure that the rest of the administration is committed to that as well. This is really important. This has been important for decades. And we have to get this right.
The City Council is now debating a bill that would increase the amount of fines on vacant properties. Councilwoman Ramos is supporting the bill. She says even if the fines aren't paid, it will help the city address the vacants faster. A committee has to hear the bill at one more time before it goes to the full council.
From our live center here this morning, Elon Musk officially taking over Twitter and immediately cleaning house. That is according to sources familiar with this deal. Musk immediately changing his title right there to Chief Twit, tweeting a couple of things here this morning. But one thing that kind of stuck with us is 8 hours ago writing, "The bird is free." Reportedly, once the deal closes, Musk fired several top Twitter executives when that happened, including the CEO there. He had until today to complete his $44 billion purchase or go to court against the company. The big question now is, what does this mean for Twitter users? Well, according to Musk, we may all notice some changes soon.
Be just very reluctant to delete things, just be very cautious with permanent bans. Timeouts, I think, are better.
Well, former President Donald Trump, arguably one of the most prominent figures banned from the platform, Musk has said that he plans to rethink Twitter's content moderation policies in service and maximizing the approach to free speech. Musk actually spent months trying to get out of this deal, if you remember, initially citing bots on the platform as a top concern. Many speculate that Musk may end up advertising to make back his billions, which could actually lead to Twitter becoming a subscription service. That's the latest from our live center.
Big developments coming to downtown Baltimore. Just ahead, the one that's opening today and the concerns about crime in that area. And we've got mostly sunny skies and cooler highs in the low 60s. Coming up later, meteorologist Justin Chambers takes a look at whether or not the rain will hold out for our Halloween forecast. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Time right now, just about 8:41 on your Weather Authority forecast. Waking up on this Victory Friday with lots of sunshine out there. Ravens back at M&T Bank Stadium November 20th. So it's a ways away, but that game will be right here on Fox 45. Upper 40s and lower 50s on your jogging cast. Out for a run or a jog next couple of hours. Looking good in the neighborhood. Back with your full forecast for the Halloween weekend in just a few.
Alrighty, things are getting spooky at the National Aquarium with the return of Baltimore's favorite underwater Halloween tradition. Aquarium divers join the beloved sea creatures to carve pumpkins while the animals enjoy a little leftover snack. This year's pumpkin carvings depict a friendly fish and a sawfish.
Pretty cool. Speaking of Halloween, by the way, in our area, we love getting your spooky season pictures here at Fox 45, and we've been sharing a lot of them with our viewers this morning. Take a look at this here. Tyra sent us this. That is Sky, the puppy right there, dressed adorably. And then you've got her grandson, Dylan, looking terrifying with the Scream mask right there. Classic Halloween costume.
Love that. And then Melanie sent us this picture. She says, Devin is all ready for Halloween. Look at that. She's got a little painting on him.
Oh, and look at this one.
This is cute. Carol shared this with us, her pictures from passing out the candy at the annual trick-or-treat parade in her area.
Very nice. Now, if you have not already, share your spooky season spirit with us. You can send in your pictures, your videos, and you just might see them on air or online. Just head to foxbaltimore.com/chime in. Well, the Phillies and the Astros are kicking off the World Series tonight in Texas. After the break, early predictions of who's going to come out on top.
And two celebrities had to go home on The Masked Singer. We'll tell you who they are, and we talked to one of them coming up next.
.45, it's a big night in the sports world. The Philadelphia Phillies and the Houston Astros squaring off for the World Series title. The Astros making their fourth appearance in 6 years. The Phillies back for the first time in 13 years. You can see Game 1 tonight at 8 o'clock right here on Fox 45. Joining us live now with some early game predictions, the one, the only sports agent, Doug Eldridge, founder of DLE Agency and Achilles PR. Doug, always great to see you. Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Obviously, here in Baltimore, we're wishing our Orioles were on the field, but we're seeing some familiar faces out there. Trey Mancini with the Astros. Do you think the Astros can pull this off yet again?
Well, I tell you what, when you look at Houston, it looks like a team that was built in a laboratory. You know, they had 106 wins in the regular season. They led the AL. They've absolutely steamrolled for the postseason. They've got unbelievable pitching, strong bats, not a hole in their fielding. On paper, this is the Goliath to Philly's David, a hodgepodge group of players that had to fight their way into the playoffs, had to take the show on the road. But what we've seen over these last couple of weeks is what started out as the gang that couldn't shoot straight is quickly becoming the Magnificent Seven.
Right.
So I would be the last person to bet against the Phillies.
And Doug, one thing that we know in sports, often that fight, that will to overcome and knowing that you're the underdog, often makes you come out on top. I mean, the Phillies want this. The first time in 13 years they're hungry. How does that play into it?
Well, it matters. Three things, really, right? Number one, they have the skill. They've got strong pitching. Their bats are on fire. Right? So from a talent standpoint, it's not like this is a JV team by any respect. Right. They're in the World Series for a reason. Number two, they're hot. This is a team that is absolutely on fire. Now, the question is, every heat eventually cools. When will that happen for the Phillies? Will they be able to stoke the flames, so to speak, throughout the remainder of the World Series, or when will it cool off? And then thirdly, to your point, grit. Because at this point of the season, everybody's banged up, everybody's bruised, everybody's held together with bubblegum and popsicle sticks. Who wants it more? So again, these are all intangibles which go in Philly's favor, I would argue.
And Doug, we're talking about game one just tonight. The mentality of baseball can be tough when you're looking at the World Series. You can lose tonight, you can win tomorrow. What does it take to pick up if you lose one?
Well, you know, when I said that Houston looks like Goliath, I meant that, you know, literally, but also, you know, euphemistically. But the reality is Houston is very beatable. You know, they've been in the World Series 4 of the last 6 years, but in their first 3, they were 1-2. And more specifically, the last 2 times that teams have gone undefeated through the playoffs, they've lost the World Series. So will Houston befall that as well? Now, in terms of mindset, you know, home field advantage is very important, but it's not unbreakable, right? We saw the Nationals go there and win in Houston a couple of years ago when the team just down the road won the title. I mean, Houston is beatable, and it's a small ballpark, right? It's a hitter's ballpark, which plays to Philadelphia's advantage.
That's a good point. We've been skating around it, Doug. Who's going to win? Who's going to win at the end of this?
I think it's going to go 7 games. Very few people think it will, but I think it'll go 7. And I think Houston will win in 7 because of the depth of their roster and the strength of their pitching. I think Verlander Valdez is a brutal 1-2. I think eventually Philly's bats are going to cool. But I say this as a guy that absolutely unapologetically dislikes Philly teams and, more importantly, Philly fans. But I think this team has moxie. I think they're going to push it to 7. And if you can take it to 7, it's anybody's game. Man,
and we've got the Phillies in the World Series. The Eagles look like they're going to the Super Bowl. Can you imagine that city? I mean, it would be...
Philly fans are unbearable right now on every level. But you know what? I'm so happy for them. I'm happy for the city. And I want to see the Phillies give this Houston team a run. And I think they will.
Doug, thank you for your insight. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
And again, this all kicks off game 1 tonight right here on Fox 45. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, who are you putting your money on? What do you think?
Phillies in 6.
You think?
Phillies in 6.
I think the Phillies are going to win too, but I don't know how many games.
Yeah, Phillies in 6. But we'll see what happens.
That city's going to go insane.
Yeah, I know. You're right, and they're undefeated. The Eagles are, so we'll see what happens there. All right, our live cam here in Towson. Doesn't matter. You know what? The Ravens are 5-3, first place in the AFC North, and got a nice long break before they play again. So it's Victory Friday here with that sun that is shining nicely. Hank the Bird excited about that. Our bird is the wordcast with upper 40s next hour, 50s through noontime, and into the lower 60s later this afternoon. Some of us only get into the upper 50s. So Westminster and Cockeysville over to Bel Air up into Elkton. You're in the upper 50s. A little farther to the south, some lower 60s creep in for the Eastern Shore down through Baltimore, and close to 60 in Annapolis today. Overall, our Halloween weekend is looking nice with low to mid 60s and dry conditions Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. We are tracking at least some rain for Halloween on Monday afternoon. We're talking mid 60s hour by 4 p.m. Right about 63 as you get ready to get the kids out. Sunset at 6:06 on Monday night. And again, maybe just a couple of light showers. Overall, it is not looking like any kind of a washout. So that is good news. Meanwhile, if you want to get the leaves raked up, your rakecast has 3 greens across the board. A bit breezy at times, so maybe let Mother Nature blow some of the leaves into your neighbor's yard. Here's a look at your future scan. A little bit more of that cloud cover later this afternoon, getting more of an onshore flow. Tomorrow, a northerly flow will push the clouds out. Sunday, the clouds roll right back in, and then that's going to set us up for, again, potentially some light showers as we get into Monday. But these models keep paring back those precip numbers. I love this. This is a kitty bat. That is Christy, the kitty, from Alicia in Catonsville. Loves watching the show, and we love you too, Alicia. Thank you very much. And Christy looks great, ready to fly away. So we love those Halloween pet pics. We've been showing them for the last couple of weeks as we get closer to the spooky holiday. All right, here's that 7-day forecast. As I mentioned, 60s through the weekend, even on upper 60s by Monday afternoon, even with that cloud cover. And check out some of those lower 70s into Tuesday and Wednesday as we begin November. Let's take a look at a view through your window. Beautiful shot. Kathy posted this yesterday with the sun coming up, and we were all excited to see that. So we would love to see the view through your window. Go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in, or take a picture of that squiggly thing right there on your screen.
All right, one of the biggest shows on TV is So Baltimore this morning.
This morning, Be More lifestyle host Mark Clark is joining us live with the one-on-one interview with the latest Masked Singer contestant to go home. Again, spoiler alert.
That's right. The Beatle had to take his mask off, and that Beatle was Jerry Springer. Jerry realized his role in this show.
The toughest part, actually, was wearing the costume, because I was a Beatle, and they had this huge head that I had on, but the eyes, as I was moving around, weren't where my eyes were, so I couldn't see anything.
You know what? We need to salute Jerry. He's not a singer. He couldn't see anything. He's not a spring chicken, and he did it. So good job, Jerry. Jerry.
It would be hard to learn the dance moves, I think, with that.
All of that going on.
Yeah.
Yeah. Without being able to see, too. I mean,
that's a lot.
Well done. All right, Mark, thank you.
The Maryland Zoo is getting ready for Zoo Boo this weekend, and early this morning we've been hanging with the chimps. Actually, Louie's hanging with us this morning. Coming up at 9:08, we're going to move and we're actually going to check out what the lions are up to and let you know what other activities you can enjoy if you're going to come out here this weekend.
We heard Louie's a Ravens fan. That's why he's so happy this morning. We're going to let you know how the Ravens took the win over Tampa Bay. But first, we're winning this morning with a coffee break. Topping your morning business report, more cruise lines are dropping their COVID-19 rules. Carnival Cruises is no longer requiring travelers to show proof of vaccination or even testing, as long as their trip is 15 nights or less. The move comes about a month after Carnival began relaxing COVID requirements. Princess Cruises made a similar change last week, lifting its remaining vaccine and testing requirements for a number of its voyages. Peloton is the latest company to cut ties with Kanye West due to his anti-Semitic remarks. The exercise company says it has indefinitely paused the use of West's music in its classes. According to the company's website, nearly 2,000 Peloton classes used West's music before. Those videos will not be taken off the platform, but they will not be recommended in its algorithms. Tesla is under investigation over self-driving technology in some of its cars. Federal and state regulators in California are looking into Tesla's claims about what the cars can do when driving themselves. The Tesla investigation began last year into more than a dozen crashes, including crashes with deaths, over the autopilot driver assistance system. And Ford dropping its self-driving initiative after taking a huge quarterly profit loss. Ford posting a net loss of $827 million and also took a $2.7 billion hit on its investment with Argo Artificial Intelligence. Argo was the artificial intelligence system that Ford shared in partnership with Volkswagen to develop self-driving vehicles in cities like Miami and in Austin, Texas. Shark Tank made it famous. Now Genevieve Gorder is here with one of the hottest phone accessories on the market at a great price. We're going to see how it works in today's America Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Noki.
Hey, everyone. I've got a fantastic solution to an issue I know you can all relate to. I have a hands-free way to use your phone for whatever you want to do. We all know the sound of your phone crashing to the floor in the middle of a call, trying to prop it up on books and get that perfect shot, or you lean it against a glass to see the screen while you're cooking or working out or whatever. It's annoying because it never really works that great. Here's your solution. This is called Tentacle, and it's a super functional little gadget that I've been using a lot lately. It's a mount that can hang, wrap, stand, suction, rotate, and bend basically anywhere. And it can hold up to 42 pounds. I've used it in the car. You can put it on the bathroom mirror, hanging it off of a railing. It works. It's really flexible. I've also used it for shooting videos, and you can control it with this little Bluetooth remote, which is always handy. So Tentacle blew up on Shark Tank and hit record sales numbers, and it's easy to see why. People with hearing disabilities are even using it to keep their phone hands-free while they're signing. Now, there's universal threading that lets you mount speakers, lights, or microphones all on this tiny little base. Right now, we're offering an exclusive 33% off. You guys take advantage of this deal at asadeals.com.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
It's not just a good day, it's an exciting day for Baltimore. You are looking live. There's the mayor walking in. This is South Baltimore, where Top Golf is about to open. This is going to be Top Golf's third location here in Maryland. We are standing by for the official ribbon cutting there. Looks like it's about to happen. Doors will open to the public at 10 a.m.
Yeah, and this Top Golf location, now part of South Baltimore's expanding entertainment district, and that has just been named the Walk at Warner Street. In addition to Top Golf, work is underway right now on a concert venue coming to that same area. The Paramount expected to open next summer. There's also a hotel being planned for the entertainment district, and it looks like we're going to have some speeches, and the big scissors will come out and cut that ribbon, and then everyone will go inside. Now, of course, we have Olivia Dance. She's been down at Top Golf all this morning. Her and her photographer, they're ready for this.
It looks like it's going to happen. This is exciting not only because Top Golf is awesome, but also just to see growth in our city, to see people moving in, to see businesses opening. It's been a tough few years. So this is the step of what could be a new direction.
Hopefully, yes, we're getting there because Lexington Market was just refurbished. They had that soft opening, grand opening coming up in a couple months, though. And also a lot going on down in Baltimore. I mean, they just renamed it, right? They named Baltimore Arena now the CFG Bank Arena.
Right.
So another one coming here. So hopefully this influx of money will hopefully push the violence out, and Baltimore will be back on the map to go for tourists.
And it might be a good time to hit Topgolf. Meteorologist Justin Chambers coming into this. It's going to be pretty nice out there, sunny. And look at this, by the water right there.
It is pretty cool, guys. And let me tell you, I mean, if you haven't done it, they have heated bays. So even on a cold, winter night or a fall night, you can get up there. You'll be all covered up, and you can smack those golf balls and try to win some prizes and play games with your friends. It's a lot of fun if you've ever been to a Topgolf. I didn't know there were two other Topgolfs in Maryland. So pretty cool that it's right there. And we are looking at temperatures that are not too bad right now on the right side of your screen. A lot of us have stayed in the 40s for the most part. It's a little chillier than where we started yesterday morning, but the sun is up and looking good. 47 Essex and Middle River. Same number for you there down at Dundalk over to Edgemere. We're looking at 48 in Glen Burnie and 47 your temp in Woodlawn. So we'll see those 50s continue for the next couple of hours and even some mid to upper 50s as we take you through the noon hour for today. Should top out right about 62 in Baltimore City, 59 in Annapolis, 58 in Columbia, and a little cooler north. Westminster, Cockeysville staying in those upper 50s this afternoon. Back with your full forecast, including the look ahead to the Halloween weekend and a warmer start to the month of November. That's coming up.
What we're looking to do is really showcase a city who's moving in the right direction. Not saying Baltimore's got it all figured out.
Well, city leaders across America are descending on Baltimore this week, hoping for a lesson in limiting crime. Violent crime is up this year, but Baltimore is seeing recent success in few other areas.
The number of carjackings down after a spike earlier this year. Robberies, burglaries also on the decline. U.S. Attorney Eric Barron committed to an Al Capone-style prosecution strategy this summer, saying that repeat offenders will be prosecuted for any and all wrongdoing. One law enforcement expert saying a stronger police presence is deterring some of those crimes.
I would attribute it partly to the more aggressive stance the Baltimore City Police Department has taken with collecting guns off the street, putting that in motion, the reassignment of officers to do that, and also the partnership with the federal government.
Former FBI agent Tyrone Powers, you just heard, says it's too early to see the full impact of Barron's directives, but he thinks the results have been encouraging so far.
Well, new developments are popping up, as we were mentioning, all across Baltimore. Earlier this week, the transformed Lexington Market opened its doors, and this morning, that new Topgolf right there in downtown Baltimore will be open.
In areas, though, we're seeing these new developments, we're also seeing the violent crime. New Topgolf, which is located right near the stadiums we showed you, is supposed to be a key part of the city's planned Warner Street Entertainment District, that walking zone. Hotel and concert hall also planned for that same area, but the Baltimore Police Department's crime map shows dozens of crimes around the arena, from robberies to burglaries to assaults. Economists say all this development can help the city, but only if we can get a handle on the crime.
To really have the most number of people be in the arena, therefore generate the most economic impact and most tax-based effects for the city of Baltimore, public safety, right? There's too much anxiety among many people in terms of coming to the city, including downtown. If we can address that anxiety by improving the public safety outcomes, this city will be on the march forward once again. But it takes more than beautiful buildings. It also takes a public that's willing to be entertained in the city, and not enough people are willing to do that right now, given the public safety issues.
Well, this past weekend was violent in Baltimore. 11 people were shot from Friday through Sunday. And just last night, a man was shot in Hamden. He's still recovering as police search for the suspects. Earlier this week, the transformed Lexington Market opened its doors, and that area has also seen a lot of crime. Meanwhile, the German Christmas Village is returning to the Inner Harbor next month. This is another area where we've been seeing rising crime. It was back in May that a 17-year-old was killed and a teenage girl was injured right near the Inner Harbor Amphitheater. And in March, just a few blocks from the Inner Harbor, another double shooting happened, killing a man.
Well, continuing coverage this morning as a teenager is in custody accused of shooting and killing a 14-year-old named Travis Slaughter. That happened right near Milford Mill Academy last month. And according to Baltimore County Police, 17-year-old suspect is being held at Baltimore County Detention Center. That teen is not being identified at this time.
Fox 45 News has been covering youth crime for months. In Baltimore City, the murder of Mervosh Jeremiah Brogdon at dismissal. That actually happened the same day that Travis Slaughter was killed. A 15-year-old squeegee kid is accused of shooting and killing Timothy Reynolds, meantime, near the Inner Harbor. We know that next month the judge will decide whether he will be charged as an adult.
In June, Baltimore police arrested a 15-year-old Howard County boy in connection with the shooting death of another teen right at the Inner Harbor over Memorial Day weekend. Then you remember in May, 16-year-old was charged with shooting death of 30-year-old Marco Nunez. Seen here, that shooting happened right outside a busy Fells Point bar.
Meanwhile, a date has been set for Mayor Brandon Scott to announce the results of the Squeegee Collaborative. The date was set during the police consent decree hearing earlier this week. The collaborative has been meeting since July, but has refused to allow cameras to record public sessions. Fox 45 News reached out to the mayor's office to confirm the date, but they would only say the announcement will come soon.
All right, we have some breaking news that we need to tell you about coming out just minutes ago. We're hearing someone broke into House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's home in San Francisco and attacked her husband. Sinclair D.C. Bureau reporter Atra Al-Nashar is tweeting this out this morning. Just minutes ago, Pelosi spokesperson releasing a statement saying the assailant is now in custody. The motivation for the attack under investigation. Paul Pelosi is expected to make a full recovery. He's in the hospital right now. House Speaker was not home at the time of this home invasion. You remember, Paul Pelosi had 5 days in prison. Just recently, he was sentenced for that for drunk driving.
That's right. It's 9:07 now this morning. The Federal Reserve releasing the preferred inflation report just about 30 minutes ago.
Taylor Stewart is joining us from our live center this morning with those numbers. Taylor.
Yeah, today's report from the Commerce Department shows inflation is still tampering down on American families. Prices rose around 6.2% in September. Compare that to just 12 months earlier this time last year. So if you exclude the volatile food and energy costs, your so-called core prices rose 5.1% last month compared to this time last year. The report also shows that even after adjusting for inflation, Americans are still willing to keep spending despite those high prices. Economists say a higher reading today would be a sign that we're seeing costs accelerate in a wider swath of categories. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen shared some positivity, though, about where this economy is headed.
I don't see signs of a recession in this economy at this point.
But she also says inflation will take some time to recede, as we're seeing here today in these new numbers. She says it could take several years. That's the latest from the Live Center. Tom, Meg.
All right, Taylor, thank you. It is a Purple Friday / exciting Purple Thursday night.
Right.
I think that's how you'd call this. Ravens fans waking up happy this morning.
Yeah, bottom line right there. After a slow start to the game last night, Baltimore came out firing in the second half, though, scoring touchdowns on 3 straight possessions, a surge in commanding lead that they would not relinquish during downing Tampa 27-22. It's consecutive W's for the first time since last November.
And this is a moment that's now going viral. Somehow a fan sign saying Ravens pay Lamar now. It got down to the field, and look who found it. Well, Lamar Jackson held it high there over his head. Then he got a Sharpie. He signed it for the fan.
A number 7 and a number 8 on that board there written. All right. Well, grab the entire family and head to the Maryland Zoo for its annual Zoo Boo Festival.
And we've been taking a look at some of the animals. We know there's also going to be games and prizes, live entertainment for our hometown hotspot this morning. Amy Aronson is giving us a little sneak peek. How's it going, Amy?
Yeah, it's going great. We hung out with the chimps already. Now we're moving on to the lions. And right now I'm joined by Kate and Anthony, who are here to tell us more about what we're seeing behind us, but of course about the weekend's festivities too. So Kate, I want to start with you. We are joined by 2 new friends now. We met a bunch of the chimpanzees already. Who are we seeing behind us here?
So right here we have our female Zuri. She's 9 years old, and then we also have a male in there somewhere. His name is Hassan, and he's 15 years old.
Oh, wow, and he's a little camera shy, you said.
Yes, yes. She is much more personable than he is.
Yeah, I see she's about to get a little snack here this morning. What is she hopefully going to come enjoy? We'll see if she wants it.
Yeah, so our keeper here has some meat for her. It's just a standard part of their diet that they get every day. And yeah, she's going to come over and maybe lay down for him, do a couple little behaviors that we do through training.
Okay, and what is their typical day like? I'm assuming it starts with a good breakfast.
Yeah, so lions don't really eat generally multiple times a day. Usually we give them a little bit of a snack to get them going and get them out on exhibit. They get most of their food at the end of the day when they come inside. But yeah, we try to get them out nice and early so that they can enjoy the day outside, and then they'll come back in at the end of the day.
Looks like she gave in. She wanted her snack. Okay, Anthony, and this is just part of what people can do if they come out to Zoo Boo. They can see this happening, but they can also join you for some fun activities in your crazy science lab.
Yeah, so you guys can join us at Zubu this weekend, and you can come see our Mad Scientist Lab, newly renovated after the last destruction. And you guys can come out and join us, and you guys will get a good chance to get to see some cool science experiments with us. You'll also get to visit our skull graveyard and our creepy crawly corner.
Okay, and of course, costumes are welcome this weekend if you're going to come out. That won't spook the animals, right?
So please wear costumes if you're going to come out for Zubu. I do always like to tell people not to wear those big inflatable costumes.
Oh, yeah.
Other than that,
That's a
though,
lot.
costumes are definitely welcome.
Okay, awesome. Well, we've got all the information up on our website. If you want to come out, see the animals, participate in Zubu, head over to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. And Tom, Megan, it looks like snack time still underway here this morning. She's really enjoying her morning treat.
She's enjoying it, but we still don't know where the mail line is. You know,
He's
you
hiding.
think like, yeah.
All right, Amy, thank you.
I saw him in the distance. He
Okay.
made a brief appearance.
We'll have to come out in person. Well, we want to take you back out live once again to South Baltimore. We've been talking about that ribbon cutting ceremony happening at the new Topgolf location there. You see Mayor Brandon Scott, he just spoke, and Tom, it looks like this might be happening.
Yeah, they just finished cutting the ribbon, just right there. So they're finished that, and they're about to start heading in. So you see all the dignitaries there. Mayor Scott talking about all the new progress that Baltimore's making with the building and the new buildings coming. So exciting time. Topgolf, big company here all across the U.S. and 3 locations now here, Oxon Hill, south of Washington, D.C. They also have another one here too, Germantown, and now this one here in Baltimore right there. So
It's just in a neat location, too, near the casinos and the stadium there. Again, we had the ribbon cutting here just after 9 a.m., and this is open for all of you watching right now starting at 10 o'clock this morning.
Yeah.
I think we got our weekend plans now.
Get your swing on.
There you go.
Early voting now underway. Candidates making their final push to get your votes. Just ahead, the big name campaigning for Wes Moore and the plans Dan Cox has for his weekend.
And we are more than a week away from the midterms, but legal challenges with voting have already begun. We're going to have a live report from Capitol Hill next. It is 9:13, and you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore, a local.
9:15, Election Day still more than a week away, but the legal challenges regarding voting have already begun.
National correspondent Kayla Gaskins joining us live from the National Desk Newsroom outside our nation's capital. Kayla, who's bringing the most of the challenges?
Well, Megan, Republicans are the ones mostly bringing these court challenges. More than 100 lawsuits connected to the November 8th election have already been filed. The election hasn't even happened yet. They target rules for mail-in voting, early voting, voter access, voting machines, voting registration, and counting mismarked absentee ballots, as well as access for partisan poll watchers. Now, this influx of legal challenges may signal a potentially contentious post-election period. The current strategy stems partly from this post-2020 legal failures. This effort by Republicans is a lot more formalized, a lot more well-funded, and better organized. RNC officials are already preparing for recounts, contested elections, and litigation. So whatever happens on Election Day is surely not going to be the end of the story. Megan, Tom.
All right, Kayla, thank you. Well, who do you think will run for president in 2024? Roughly half of voters for today's number of the day say President Joe Biden will run again. A Scott Rasmussen national survey shows 60% think it is likely Donald Trump that he'll run again. The survey also finds about 3/5 believe Democrats would have a better chance of winning with someone other than Joe Biden as the presidential nominee.
9:17 on this Friday morning. We want to go over to meteorologist Justin Chambers because he's talking about not only Halloween Sunday, but Top Golf today, right?
Yeah, why not? By the way, you know what? I was looking at my ballot, my mail-in ballot. There's a lot of places where you can write in stuff.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Oh no, what are you going to write in?
I'm just saying. No, not me. I'm saying you at home should write in me. I think I'd be a good
comptroller. Are you campaigning right now? Is this an official campaign?
No, it's not a campaign.
We are not endorsing this.
Good, because I don't know how to do comptroller things. It's numbers and stuff, so.
So you'd be going for comptroller?
Yeah.
Wow. You don't even live in the city. You're a state comptroller?
Yeah, state comptroller.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, nice.
Our weather headlines right now. Good morning to you. Slightly off track there. Yeah, but Top Golf opening up here shortly, and our weather headlines. We did have a shot of Top Golf right there, but overall, looking out over the Patapsco, clear and cool morning, partly cloudy for the afternoon. We are going to see those clouds start to increase as we head later into the day, and temperatures will rise to the lower 60s, right about 50 right now. However, we do stay dry for the weekend. Man, I love all these great pictures that keep coming in. My buddy Bill over there in Middle River. Look at that tree. That is just so bright and vibrant right against the blue skies, and that's what I was happy to see yesterday. Speaking of golf, on your forecast, yeah, at Top Golf or wherever you might be hitting some balls today or playing around, 57 by noon, into the lower 60s, maybe a one-club wind later today. It will still be a bit breezy with wind out of the northeast at about 10 to 15 miles an hour. Upper 50s for you in Westminster and Eldersburg across into the northern Baltimore County, the Hereford zone, right about 56. 59 in Perry Hall and White Marsh, 61 in Dundalk this afternoon, lower 60s for Canton and Fells, upper 50s in Ellicott City and Elkridge, even 58 in Odenton, Annapolis, down through Severna Park, up into Glen Burnie and Pasadena, close to 60 for your highs today. And notice these numbers along the East Coast in the 95 corridor, very similar, upper 50s, lower 60s, so a good fall afternoon. And again, we do stay dry too. Pilots loving this too, VFR and breezy, visual flight rules again. Now, we may get into some lower ceilings later this afternoon. You can see some of the clouds rolling in by about 3, 4 o'clock today. Now, tomorrow, a lot more sunshine because a northerly flow around that ridge of high pressure will help to kind of push out those clouds. They return on Sunday. Late Sunday night into Monday is when we may see just a few light showers. But again, these weather models keep coming in and they keep taking the precipitation down. So we're not seeing a big old green blob right there for Halloween, which is good news. Again, maybe just a few showers or sprinkles throughout the day and into the evening. 3 days out from Halloween on our holiday countdown, just 2 weeks away from Veterans Day, 52 days until the first night, I should say, of Hanukkah, and then 58 days until Christmas. Yeah, 8 weeks from Sunday. So that's it. Here we go. Our 7-day forecast. Paul the Pumpkin back at work here this hour. 67 on Monday, then lower 70s next week. So even though we start with some clouds on Tuesday, we're going to see some nice and warm afternoons. Tom?
Yeah. Delegate Brooke Learman and Barry Glassman both want to debate with you now.
Do they really?
Yeah. They want to schedule that debate.
Yeah, I'll do it.
You're in.
Sign me up.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers for Comptroller. All right.
I'll help
now to your Len Stoller Traffic Network, taking a look at your traffic map, and great news. Look at this. Everybody's wide open around the Baltimore region. No issues on your Friday morning commute.
Looks good. Well, it's Friday, and that means the Maryland SPCA will be joining us live in studio. to introduce us to the pet of the week. Stick with us to learn how you could be the proud parent of an adorable kitten.
Oh, but first, Halloween meets ice cream. The unique experience one ice cream shop is offering right in our area. 9:21, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore, our local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
Oh, this Halloween, take a trip all around Baltimore.
Because the Charmery is hosting its 5th annual Fear Factory ice cream event.
Wow, taste all the unique flavors and maybe a bug or two?
Pretty terrifying. Co-owner Laura Alima joining us here, putting our fear to the test. And you've got some plates here. This is not ice cream. What do we have here?
Well, these are representations of ice cream flavors that we have made for Fear Factory.
I see guacamole and chips, Laura.
So we're taking you on a spooky picnic this year. There's 2 ways to participate. We have it at our ice cream factory in the Union Collective, where you can come in, taste all the flavors, and come in costume.
Should we do this?
Okay.
Yeah, we should do this.
Or some of these are great. I mean, like, I love watermelon and mint.
That looks delicious.
But as an ice cream.
Yeah, so we have our chips and guacamole. I'm going to hand out these flavors.
Okay, and we just taste.
They're numbered. These packages are available.
I just noticed something else on the table that is not as...
That's within one of the flavors. That's
those are
an
bugs.
extra protein. That's our ants.
Those are ants.
So you're telling me one of the things that you just handed me could possibly taste like a mayonnaise
sandwich. Yes. Okay. So we have our. Maybe I should taste too. Who knows?
Okay.
We have our chips and guacamole to start off the picnic. A watermelon feta basil salad, of course. That's beautiful.
Oh my goodness. I know which one
and then a Baltimore favorite of fresh tomato.
Do we all have something
mayonnaise.
different?
You all have something different. So some
exactly
toasted bread.
Oh, weird.
So that's funny because of bread.
Sure.
Oh, I've got bread and cheese. Oh.
Oh, weird.
I'm not sure what I got, but I like it.
Yeah, I taste tomato.
This is good.
You have to try the tomato.
Let me taste a bigger bunch of this, because this one,
this
is good.
tastes like you put the sandwich in the freezer, and I just took a bite out of it in the freezer.
I think that is what happened, actually.
I'm gonna taste this.
Okay, somebody else taste that one and see.
Yeah, someone has to try this mayonnaise
This
and
one
cheese.
has a kick to it.
Wow. So that's our. So we have this beautiful manifest that comes with all of our packages.
Weird, right?
That is chips guacamole.
So this is what it's all about. This is Fear Factor.
Yeah.
So you're going to come in and you're going to try these different flavors and see if you.
I don't know if I want to go to disgusting.
These packages we have at our Hamden, Towson, and Columbia store. These are in limited quantity, so people can go online to thecharmery.com, order online to whichever store they want to pick up at.
How do you get the flavor? I tasted celery in that. How do you do that?
Well, a lot of time, our team at the factory juices the fruit or the celery in this instance, and then it gets extracted into the flavor.
That is crazy. All right. So we are enjoying this, some more than others. Yep. But you got to get out and try this. It's happening this week.
It's happening this week. And the last flavor, this is our adults only at the Union Collective, our neighbor, Baltimore Spirits Company.
This is a dirty martini.
Yep.
This one says adults
I knew it. I couldn't place it.
Adults
A dirty martini.
Yeah.
Laura, thank you. We're going
Thank
to
you
keep
so
tasting.
much. Appreciate it.
Mostly sunny and cool with highs in the low 60s coming today. Yeah, not a perfect day, actually, for some ice cream. Meteorologist Justin Chambers takes a look at rain, if it will hold off for your Halloween spooky cast.
Ooh, and Topgolf is officially open. You're looking live inside right now. We have some live pictures right after this. You want to get out there, Justin?
I'd like to, yeah.
9:27 on Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. Let's see this swing. No pressure.
Terrible.
Is that President Nick? That's Council President Nick Mosby. You ready to take a swing? And Brandon Scott.
Oh, and Mayor Scott in front of him. Yeah, that was pretty good.
Not bad.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
This is a big day here. You're live in South Baltimore, Top Golf here. Mayor Brandon Scott getting ready to take one of the first swings at this brand new spot here.
Yeah, incredible that we have, wait. All right, wait, he's trying to show, because we saw him take one swing before and his right foot came out, so he's never, obviously he hasn't swung a golf club too many times. He's a basketball player, football player. But, all right, here we go. Let's see if he's got the swing, if he's gotten some improvement.
And the best, he's got Council President Nick Mosby. That was good.
All right, that was good, but he kept moving his right foot out like a baseball player, and then
Mosby's been giving him a hard time. They've been yelling back and forth. But the bottom line, a pretty exciting moment here. We've got obviously the city elected officials here in this morning.
That guy shouldn't stand there. He's a professional.
They opened at 9 a.m. and then 10 a.m. is when you all can get out there.
See, look, lessons right there. Yeah, lined them up and everything.
That's a really dangerous spot for that photographer, FYI.
Oh, man.
He's telling him to look. He's telling him move out of the way. Yeah, okay.
Well, it's a nice day to be out there at Top Golf here this morning. I mean, this is a lot of pressure to have all of a sudden a news camera on you as you're trying to take your swing. They're doing a good thing out there.
They are doing it. It's an entertainment district now down there. It's not just Top Golf, but there's a whole lot going on in between the stadiums and everything. It's going to be no parking, no cars, walk area there. So Warner.
We're going to bring meteorologist Justin Chambers into this, too.
No, I think it's Walker Warner.
Warner. Walk at Warner Street.
Walk at Warner Street. Thank you, Manny, in the back. Okay.
A lot of W's.
Yeah. You know what, though, guys? You saw the folks out there, and it's nice, right? It's chilly, but the sun is there, and you can see if you go to Top Golf in the morning, you're going to have to hit into the sun, and then in the afternoon, it's going to be just gorgeous with that sun lighting up the city. So that'll be a lot of fun. I'm very excited to go out and check that place out. Our Towson cam right now, we are getting a little bit more of that cloud cover. This is what I was talking about, how we have more of an onshore flow. So those clouds will continue to increase throughout the day today. But overall, it's not too bad. 40s and 50s across the state. Colder out west. Cumberland at 36 right now. So your yard and gardening cash, you can see those numbers in the upper 50s and into the lower 60s through the afternoon. High temps today right about 62. Actually a bit warmer tomorrow and Sunday, and we do stay dry through the weekend. We'll take a look at the potential for a few rain showers by the time we head into Halloween. There he is right there. Look at that. You can see that Top Golf shot. I like that. We'll have more for you coming up in just a few minutes.
All right, Justin, thank you. Let's take a look at our Len Stoller traffic network here this morning. We've been looking great here this morning. It's been a smooth Friday morning. A few yellow spots popping up there, but no major issues to report.
Early voting is underway here in the state of Maryland as residents across the state begin casting their ballots. Early voting centers, they open every day from 7 until 8 at night through November 3rd.
And this weekend will be an important one for the candidates as it's one of their final pushes before the election.
In fact, Saturday, Vice President Kamala Harris will be here in Baltimore to attend an event with several Democratic candidates. Vice President will be joined by candidate for governor Wes Moore, as well as Senator Chris Van Hollen. Republican gubernatorial candidate Dan Cox is also holding back-to-back campaign rallies Friday in Hampstead tonight and then Saturday. The race for governor is hotly contested. A recent debate showed the two candidates have very different views.
How would you use your position as governor to impact and improve public safety in places like Baltimore City, Prince George's County, other places where we're seeing crime on the rise?
Yeah, we'd make sure that we're working in partnership with our local jurisdictions.
Well, number one, we wouldn't defund the police, which is what my opponent has sought to do.
How do you feel about the union supporting your opponent?
It's just politics. It's okay because the officers support me and the sheriff support me, so we're good.
Well, Dan Cox's event on Friday is at 12:30 in Hampstead. That's today, this afternoon. The location of Wes Moore's event with the vice president has not been released yet, but a new poll released by the Baltimore Sun and the University of Baltimore shows Moore has maintained a sizable lead over Cox. The poll shows Moore with 58% of the vote, Cox with just 27% of the vote. 6% of those polled were undecided. Third-party candidates make up the rest. Now, the poll's margin of error is plus or minus 3.1 percentage points. You can be sure to check out Fox 45 voter guide for all of our reporting for the upcoming midterm election. And point your camera at the QR code right there on your screen to take you right to the spot. Or if you don't trust the QR codes, you can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote2022.
Continuing coverage here this morning, federal investigators have completed their investigation into the January fire on Stricker Street, which took the lives of 3 first responders.
Yeah, the ATF says it has referred this case to the Baltimore City State's Attorney's Office. The spokesperson declined to say, though, if any charges could be filed or if they knew of any potential suspects.
This comes as family members of the 3 firefighters are speaking only to Fox 45 News, demanding accountability from city leaders.
We would like the city to be held accountable. In this case, it wasn't a fire that they stepped into. It was a trap that was already set from the past.
I brought our daughter into this world last month without him, which is completely unfair. They would have had the best time together, and I can only imagine him here with her. We would have drove him insane, but it would have been amazing.
There's just all these things that she's supposed to be here for, and now she's not here to experience any of it.
Maxine Stryker has been reporting on the new initiative to mark vacant homes in order to alert firefighters of their dangers. Her complete coverage is available on foxbaltimore.com.
Some of the families Fox 45 spoke with also spoke out during a city council hearing on the vacant home problem in July. Emotions ran high. Councilwoman Odette Ramos was moved to tears by their testimony. At the time, she called on her colleagues to do more to fix this problem.
We have to make sure people are not living next to vacant properties. We have to make sure that our communities are ones that people are proud of. And we have to make sure we don't have more firefighters die. We will do that. I commit that to you. I want to make sure that the rest of the administration is committed to that as well. This is really important. This has been important for decades. And we have to get this right.
Well, the city council is now debating a bill that would increase the amount of fines on vacant properties. Councilwoman Ramos is supporting that bill. She says even if the fines are not paid, it will help the city address the vacants faster. A committee has to hear that bill one more time before it goes to the full council for vote.
It is time to meet our pet of the week. After the break, meet this sweet little kitten here looking for a new home. Look at those eyes.
A chilly day in Baltimore, but what can we expect this Halloween? Meteorologist Justin Chambers, he's in the kitchen eating something again. Every time I look over, he's eating something. Yeah, he's coming down with his 10-day forecast coming up a little bit later on. But first, we'll find out about the 7-day. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. 9:40, you don't want to miss this. Time to meet our pet of the week from the Maryland SPCA, and she's playing right now with Kelly Anderson's chain here, her little necklace. That's what she likes to play with. 11-week-old kitten right here, and Kelly, you just said the name of the kitten, which is awesome.
Her name is Barbecue. She's 11 weeks old, like Tom said. She is available today. She can go home. She is sweet as pie.
She's got the shaved belly, so she's already had some procedures.
She's already fixed, vaccinated up into her age, obviously, and you get all of the records of the vaccine status. You get health certificates, things like that, and she's good to go.
You were telling me there was something pretty unique when I was asking you. Red tabby, you said females. That's very rare for females.
Yeah, so normally you don't see female orange tabbies, right? And she is a female orange tabby, so it's not the most rare thing, but they're kind of hard to come by. Most of the time, orange tabbies are male cats. So if you are in the market for a female orange tabby, you kind of want to be the unique, cool person in your friend group. Come get Barbecue.
There you go. Look at her. Now, she's got a little bit of a cloud in her left eye, but you said that doesn't mean anything, really.
Right. So we noticed that she did have a little bit of a foggy eye. We went through all of the medical procedures. She was actually, all of her litter mates have already been adopted because we wanted to make sure that it wasn't anything.
Any of the other litter mates have anything with their eyes?
No, none of the other litter mates had anything, and she is completely healthy. We have determined that there is nothing, it's not affecting her. She can see completely fine. There's no underlying health issues that come with it. She's just a little bit more unique, and she's got a little bit of a foggy eye in one eye.
Every once in a while, she turns around. She's like, all right, where's your necklace again?
I know, right?
What are you doing? Yeah.
She's like, I see another cat in there. Is that me?
That's exactly it. She obviously sees herself fine. She keeps looking over at the monitor there. So, okay, so she's adoptable 11 weeks. Normally it's 8 weeks. So you guys are ready to go.
And that's why. So we, you know, all of her other litter mates were cleared at 8 weeks, but we just wanted to make sure, because we never want to adopt out an animal that might have some underlying health issues and then put that on an adopter. So we want to make sure that we cover all of our, you know, all of our, you know, cross our T's and dot our I's.
Yes, cover all the bases. All right,
Thank you.
11-week-old and this orange tabby named Barbecue, up for adoption right now at Maryland SPCA. There you go.
And if you have a necklace, she loves to play with it.
Thank you, Kelly Anderson. We appreciate it. Temperature staying chilly, but we will stay dry. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know how far we'll warm up this weekend. 9:42, you're watching Fox 45's early edition. Well, let's just call it Good Day Baltimore instead. We're all local all morning.
Welcome back, everybody, on your Friday morning. Looking out over the Inner Harbor right there. Excited because a couple of things. Well, one, it's Halloween weekend. Two, they're going to have that Christmas festival back. And then they are already building the ice rink as we speak. It's not in this shot, but it is happening down there. So a lot of great things. We talked about the Top Golf opening in just a little bit, and some of the city leaders out there trying to hit some golf balls. It's been fun to watch that. Lower 50s here in the 10 o'clock hour in Reisterstown. Numbers later this afternoon are going to get to the upper 50s and lower 60s. Now, we're already seeing some clouds rolling in, and that's what's going to happen as we take you into the afternoon. Not going to be any rain to speak of, but we will see more of an onshore flow as we get later into the afternoon. So that's what we're looking for later today. Even upper 50s if you're heading out for happy hour on a Friday, getting ready for date night. Our Halloween weekend is actually looking pretty good. A high of 62 today and low to mid 60s into Saturday and Sunday. The good news is we stay dry for the next 3 days. Late Sunday night may pick up a few showers, and then into Halloween on Monday, we are going to see those temperatures that will be in the 60s with the potential of a couple of light showers here and there. Not a downpour that we're talking about, but again, just a couple of scattered showers to watch for trick-or-treating. Sun goes down at 6:06 on Monday evening as the kids get ready to grab that candy. The average high this time of year in the mid 60s, upper 50s and lower 60s is what we're looking for across Westminster and Eldersburg into Reisterstown. 58 in Cockeysville, 60 in Towson right now. Can you bring that cat over here real quick on the TV, sir, ma'am? Can you bring that cat right there? Can I have the cat over? No? Oh, it just took the, okay. There's a cute cat walking around in here. So you don't want to come on TV? All right. We'll have the cat on in a moment. Not paying attention to me. Most people don't. Upper 50s and lower 60s across the 95 corridor for the afternoon from Baltimore and D.C. up into Philly. 61 down the ocean there in Ocean City. Not a bad day to actually do some flying. We're talking about visual flight rules and a bit breezy at times as well. Do you want to be on TV?
I think she does.
Do you want to come over here and be on TV? Hi, I'm the scary weatherman.
Ready?
You want to be on TV?
This is Mr. Justin.
Hi, how are you? Can you turn around this way so everybody can see how cute you are? Uh-huh. Yeah. Right there. Yep, most people cry when they're around me too. They don't listen to me and they also cry when they're around me. Yeah, what a sweetheart. Thank you very much for rolling with that. Our 7-day forecast, guys, looks like this. A low to mid 60s over the next couple of days. We'll be in the upper 60s on Monday for Halloween. Paul the Pumpkin doing his thing right there. And then lower 70s Tuesday and Wednesday to kick off the first week of November. Got that 10-day forecast, and we'll be talking about that coming up in a few minutes from right now. Tom, what do you got?
We got a lot of great costumes in here. We're going to get to them in just a second, but the countdown is on. We're less than 3 days out from the scariest, spookiest night of the year. Although Halloween is time for tricks and treats, Fox 45 News wants to make sure that you and your children stay safe. In fact, a doctor from the Cleveland Clinic has some tips on safe trick-or-treating. Now, the doctor recommends trick-or-treating during the daylight hours when it's easier to see your children. Yeah, not as exciting, though, but if you do go out at night, she recommends using a flashlight or glow stick. So then drivers are better able to spot your children when they're darting from one house to the other, all sugared up, right? It also suggests that parents make sure their costumes are easy to walk in so they don't end up tripping over themselves. And remember, candy should be consumed in moderation. All right, Megan.
All right, you ready for this? Tom, if you don't have a costume, no problem. Justin, everyone at home, we have you covered with the perfect DIY ideas for you to find in your own closet. We have a style expert, a little kitten walking by Alicia Tall, sharing some looks for us here this morning, and you've got them for every family member.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's a great time this season, and even at Macy's, we're having the family and friends, so it's a great time to come up there, and with the costumes taking place.
Sweet pea. Oh, we've got a little kitten here. You can bring her on, Mom. If you want, you can sit in my lap and you can tell me how you made this costume. Would you like to sit with me? What's her name?
So this beautiful model.
Hi, Sweet Pea.
Is Logan.
Oh, Logan. Her mom's going to get her all set, and then you guys can look at this costume.
Look at it. Isn't she gorgeous?
She is. So tell me how you made this.
So Mom actually did this DIY, and this is a fabulous costume. So she is just a few months away from 2 years old.
Oh my goodness.
Isn't she pretty?
She is. And look, if you look right here, you can look in the camera. So how do you do the nose?
So
let's
get the expert tip. She is dressed as the cheetah, of course, as you can see. Logan is wearing a two-piece set. It could be worn wherever. Mom,
and she could wear this outside of Halloween.
Exactly. It's a perfect outfit, right? So Mom used her eyeliner for the nose and the whiskers.
Look how pretty you are.
And this cat costume is always like super easy. So you can make this at home with just things around your house.
She's going to be able to walk house to house in this without ripping things off and being unhappy.
Exactly. Already, you know, she's already a little irritated, so she will not have to worry about that in this particular
Well,
look.
how about you can stay sitting in my lap? Is that okay? We'll go to another costume for you guys while she stays with us. Let's go ahead and bring our next costume, and
So
this
our
one's
next
awesome.
one is Jimmy.
And again, these are DIY costumes. These are things that we can do this weekend to get ready for Monday. Look at you.
Look at Dallas.
You look good.
And he is dressed up as Jimi Hendrix.
Awesome. So how did you pair it together? Where did you find this?
His mom, Kenny, did use pieces from her closet. The blouse is from her closet, and pieces just from his closet. So you can certainly utilize what's in your home again and make an awesome costume. I mean, he has the bandit, the shades. He looks cool.
Easy. You do look cool. Way to go. Have fun. All right, we've got some more costume ideas for you. Let's bring our next one on here. Who's this?
Oh my gosh. So we are going virtual, right? Since the whole pandemic.
Yes.
So we're still chilling. So this here is our awesome model, Tyler. And he's the virtual worker, right? He has his
jammies on the bottom.
Right, the jammies at the bottom. He's professional at the top.
Yes.
He has his coffee, his laptop. Tyler Green is 16 years old. And he's still giving us Zoom and style.
I love it. And again, creative. That's something we could easily do at home. Thank you so much. Very creative. All right, we've got another idea for you here. You ready for this one?
Yeah, we have our awesome model Dallas.
So what are you? Oh.
A serial killer.
Dallas is 16, yes.
I'm gonna shield the baby here.
So his super mom
I understand why you want to get up.
His sister actually created this look literally yesterday.
Oh my gosh! So how did you do it?
With the hot glue.
I was asleep, so.
And it's glued.
So it would be hot glue. They splashed pieces of the cereal onto the top. I mean, this is such a creative
and plastic knives to go in.
Plastic knives, exactly.
That's pretty good. We could do that. That is something I feel pretty confident in. All right, let's bring our costumes on once more.
Yes.
And bring Mommy on too, right? You guys did so good. Thank you guys. Some really creative ideas as we get ready. Thanks for coming in.
Thank
you
you
want to
for
go to
having us.
Mommy? Yeah, she's time. We'd love to see your Halloween decorations and costumes. You can share your stunning pictures of the fall foliage as well. Send us your photos, your videos, and you just might see them on air or online. Just go to foxbaltimore.com/chime in. Well, coming up after the break, meteorologist Justin Chambers is going to be breaking down that Halloween forecast for all these cute little costumes here. 9:53, you're watching Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore, all local, all morning. Yay!
There it is. Yeah.
Whoa, all right.
I didn't know there were other ones in Maryland.
Tom looked it up, and there was.
Yeah, Germantown and Oxon Hill.
Well, now
one's like south of
Now
DC.
all we have to do is go here.
I was
pretty
feeling
cool.
the anxiety for them. I get nervous when there's a group behind me when I'm teeing off, and as we were watching them tee, it made me feel
hundreds of
nervous
people
for
watching
them.
you tee
Yeah.
off, right.
No
Seems
pressure.
Like, what the heck? Oh, anyway, so, Mayor Scott, just keep your feet planted, bud. You don't have to move. Don't move the feet. All right, 62 today, 63 tomorrow, 64 Sunday. How about that? We keep going up. These numbers keep going up, guys. 67 on Monday and lower 70s into next week. And that's going to continue all the way into the following weekend. First week of November is looking real nice.
Woo, my birthday month.
Birthday month.
And
all
you
right.
too.
Oh, yes,
And Olivia.
Scorpio.
Yep.
Have a great weekend. We'll see you Monday.
What was going on 9 months ago?